ABC Sport, your home of rugby.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Supporters of slain woman Celeste Mano's family are rallying in Melbourne to call for mandatory life sentences for murder. Natalie Whiting is at State Parliament.
A group of motorbike riders have just arrived at Parliament House wearing signs on the back of their jackets saying "Justice for Celeste." They've joined people who were already gathered on the steps of Parliament House wearing similar messages on their shirts. They're all preparing to march to the Supreme Court. Celeste Mano's killer was jailed for 36 years. He stalked her before breaking into her home and stabbing her to death in 2020. Her family wanted a life sentence and are today calling for reforms to make those sentences mandatory for murder.
The state government has criticised the conduct of protesters at a rally in Melbourne CBD yesterday, but says there are no plans to change police move-on powers. Police arrested 2 women after clashes broke out between pro-trans and women's rights activists at a Women Will Speak demonstration outside Parliament House. The government says it will continue to consider any reasonable requests from Victoria Police for additional tools and resources. Government Minister Steve Dimopoulos says the behaviour of protesters needs to improve.
I think the problem is when protesters feel it's okay to disrupt and harm other people. That's never okay, whether it's in a protest or in every other part of life. I think it's appalling. I think people just need to be better. It's not that hard.
Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles is confident the Australian government will be able to work with whoever is the next US president. Presidential hopeful Donald Trump this week warned Ambassador to the US Kevin Rudd might not last long if he's hostile after the interviewer read out some of Dr. Rudd's past criticisms of Mr. Trump. Mr. Marles says Dr. Rudd has already shown he can work across the political spectrum on the AUKUS Pact and says he has no reason to believe that would be threatened by a Trump presidency.
We know they've got an election in November, and we feel confident that we will be able to work with whoever the American people choose come November, and that's where it's at.
The major parties in Tasmania are seeking to form majority government with yesterday's election result in a hung parliament. The Liberal incumbents won the most seats in their own right, but will need to do deals with minor parties and independents to form government, as Eliza Closer reports.
Over 80% of the votes have been counted, and Tasmania's 35-seat parliament is set to look very different. So far, the Liberals have won 13 seats, Labor 10, the Greens 3, and 2 for the Jackie Lambie network. Liberal leader Jeremy Rockcliffe claimed a consecutive 4th term, but Labor leader Rebecca White hasn't conceded defeat. Political analyst Kevin Bonham says delicate negotiations are needed.
It looks like the path to government for the Liberals may go through the Lambie network. There may not be any other path for them.
Jackie Lambie told the ABC the Liberals would need to do some grovelling after the dirty tricks throughout the campaign.
The Islamic State group has released a video on social media claiming to be footage of a deadly attack on a concert hall near Moscow. 133 people were killed and many more injured in the attack on the crowded venue. Russian authorities claim all 4 gunmen involved have been arrested. Catherine, the Princess of Wales and Prince William say they're enormously touched by the messages of support they've received following her cancer diagnosis. A spokesperson for Kensington Palace says the Prince and Princess are extremely moved by the public's warmth and support. Princess Catherine is undergoing preventative chemotherapy after cancer was discovered following abdominal surgery. To sport, and Red Bull's Max Verstappen will look to make it 3 wins from as many races when the Australian Formula One Grand Prix gets underway at Albert Park this afternoon. Fraser Fife reports.
The 3-time world champion has locked out the top step of the podium to start the Formula One season and looks set to hoist the trophy in Melbourne for the 2nd straight time. Ferrari's Carlos Sainz will line up alongside the Dutchman in 2nd, ahead of McLaren's Lando Norris. Norris's Australian teammate Oscar Piastri will line up from 5th on the grid, while Daniel Ricciardo is a long shot for finishing in the points as he starts 18th. From 3 o'clock local time, the 19 drivers will cover a distance of more than 300 kilometres, battling across 58 laps of the Albert Park circuit.
To the weather now for the state. A mostly sunny day south of the ranges, sunny and dry in the north. For Melbourne, partly cloudy with a top today of 21 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 24. Tuesday, partly cloudy, 23. Wednesday, a possible shower and 22. Right now in Melbourne, it's 18 degrees. ABC News.
The ABC presents a new drama series that takes you behind the walls of the sacred.
Baba, I should be your VP.
You put yourself above the almighty creator.
And into a story of family, love, secrets and betrayals at a Sydney mosque.
Love's not a bank loan, Asa. Never needs to be repaid.
The ABC's groundbreaking new drama, House of Gods. Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. AFL Sunday on radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Great to have your company on this Sunday. The Sydney Swans are 3 wins from 3 matches and on top of the AFL ladder, but it was this hit from big bomber Peter Wright, which had the footy world talking.
Now they can work it up the wing through Durham. The Bombers, that's a big hit. Peter Wright on Harry Cunningham, and Cunningham hasn't moved. And the crowd does not like that. This could be a big story.
It's one of those tough ones, isn't it? Probably a 60-40 ball. He was a step behind. He probably wasn't going to make it there, but he's left the ground, though. That's probably the issue there. If he'd stayed on the ground, made a contest, he might have been okay.
Melbourne made a back-to-back wins over the Hawks with star Christian Petrarca getting it done at both ends.
Picked up there by Brown, who hand passes it to Petrarca. 45 metres out. He liked it the moment he kicked it.
Knocks it on to Connor McDonald. Inside 50. Options are plenty. Mitch Lewis at the top of the square. Petrarca gets back and rushes it through. And lots of encouragement for the Demons midfielder.
And it was purple rain in the third quarter as Fremantle gave North Melbourne the old heave-ho with 9 consecutive goals to record their second win in as many weeks.
Boundary throw in. Tracy wins it down. G boot the ball from Brayshaw. That is special. Along the ground, unguarded goalmouth, dribbles it through.
Hello and welcome to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. I'm Matt Clinch. Today we're off to Ballarat as round 2 of the AFL continues with the Western Bulldogs and the Gold Coast Suns. Travis Boak plays his 350th game as Port Adelaide travel to the MCG to face the Tigers, while the West Coast Eagles host GWS in the final match of the weekend's footy. Triple Premiership player, Geelong captain Cameron Ling made the dash to Sydney last night. He's back and ready to go to preview the weekend's footy once more. Lingy, welcome to you.
Thanks, Clinchy. Good to be with you. Yeah, I was up at the SCG. That was a ripper of a game. There was feeling in that game. There was the big incident where we'll spend a bit of time unpacking today, and there was some wonderful footy, some brilliant, scintillating, fast ball movement from the Swans. So, great game of footy, but as I like to do on a Sunday, Clinchy, just give a little bit of love to a certain portion of the weekend, and I'm going to give mine to the star half forwards, small forwards, who get a heap of the footy and kick the goals. So I'm sort of pushing aside those like Jai Amos, as good as he was last week against Brisbane, 4 goals from 6 disposals. You've got to have those players who can just be opportunists, but I'm talking about the ones who get it 25 times and kick 3 or 4 goals as well, led usually by their president in this area, Toby Green, who's regularly gets 30 and kicks 3 or 4. But over the weekend, Brian Myers, 26 disposals, 3 goals for the Cats on Friday night. Tommy Papley was unbelievable last night. 24 touches, 4 goals and 10 marks from the small forward. And Jade Gresham in a losing team, 23 touches and 3 goals. So a little bit of a shout out to the small forwards who are kicking the goals but also having a huge impact and getting a heap of the footy. I thought it was a terrific effort by those 3 guys in particular.
No, I like it. Cameron Ling giving his 3 votes for the weekend to the small forwards who have been up the ground. I was sure you might have had Tom Stewart in there from a Geelong point of view. They were good. The Cats back on Friday night. My moment of the weekend, well, I really wanted to talk about Jack Higgins' goal, but it was hard to go past this peanut who came onto the Adelaide Oval.
Spills out towards half-back, still Adelaide over the footy. Laird's hand pass, there's an idiot on the ground here right in the middle of the stoppage, so that's why there was a bit of confusion. So, interestingly, Nat Crouch here has just grabbed one of the players who's tried to hang onto his arm, and now somehow security missed it completely initially, and now Ben Keys has gone to grab the pitch invader as well and knocked him off his feet. And now he's being tackled by security who are late to arrive to all of this. He was right in the middle of that stoppage at half forward there for Geelong.
That's staggering. That should be life ban.
So I tend to agree with Josh Franco, who was part of our commentary team, who said it should be a life ban. My problem is, Lingy, unless you're a sort of club member, it's hard to keep track of people who go into the ground. You can easily buy a public ticket and go along. So I think it needs to be a fine that's significant enough that it really is going to make your life difficult. So $20,000 would be the minimum for me. When you lock them up and put them overnight and give them a stern warning, make sure there's a little check there that needs to be paid at the end, because my concern is that, as we've seen with Terry Alderman and Andrew Simons, that if Ben Keys was to actually throw that patron who ran onto the ground and break their collarbone or something like that, then would he be liable for any damage when, realistically, this person has broken all the rules and jumped over the fence? So a bit of a downer, my moment for the weekend.
I agree with you, Clinchy. Smack him with a $20,000 fine. I'd love to see that, because that was actually dangerous, that one. Because as a player, you are so fixated, you are so highly trained on where the ball is in relation to where the opposition players are, your teammates. You're moving with this sense of peripheral vision based where, as your footy is the central point of that. When this other element is added, who knows? Fortunately, all good. Everything was fine. But it could have been worse. If a player had made a movement, didn't realise that idiot was there, tripped over him, does he do it? Does a player do their knee? It just created a really dangerous scenario. So I'm with you. Go for it. Smack him with a $20,000 fine. I got no issue with that at all.
If you want to join us on the SMS, 0437 774 774 with your highlight of the weekend's footy, or perhaps you've got a thought or two on Peter Wright. The Sydney Swans winners by 30 points over the Bombers last night. Tom Papley led the way with 4 goals. Isaac Heaney was impressive once more, but it was Peter Wright who sparked the fireworks early when taking out Harry Cunningham in a collision that will come under the scrutiny of the match review officer. So the Bombers spearhead made high contact with Cunningham after bracing to protect himself rather than raising his arms to compete for the ball. If you focus, his eyes do just look away at the last moment, and it took a few minutes, as we witnessed, for the stretcher to make its way out onto the SCG. Lingy, you were there. What did you make of it all?
Yeah, so watching it live in fast motion without any replays, it's a split-second thing where he goes from, I'm going to potentially mark this footy, to, oh no, I'm a fraction of a second late, and the natural reaction there is to protect yourself and turn the body. So you go, oh, should I forgive him for that? Well, no, I think the AFL have made it really, really clear that bad luck. With especially what the changes that they made over the off-season, and it centred around the Braden Maynard and Angus Brayshaw incident, was it is on you. If you turn at all, if you turn a shoulder, if you take your eyes off at all, even if it's a split second, and it goes from what was a football act into, protection, bad luck. So I think he's going to get a suspension. I don't know what the number will end up, Clinchy. I would say multiple weeks. I don't know what it ends up. It's hard to get a gauge on that. But, yeah, the onus is on the player now. You have to, in that situation, almost go away from your instincts, and you've got to keep your hands out and try and compete for that mark. And Peter Wright didn't, and he'll cop a big whack for that. And Harry Cunningham ended up in a really bad way because of his actions, and he's got to wear the consequences.
Yeah, the chief football writer for the Age newspaper, Jake Nile, will join us in around 20 minutes' time. We'll get his take as to what he thinks the penalty might be from the match review officer. And I got the chance to catch up with Melbourne star midfielder Christian Petrarca just a little bit earlier before we came on air. I think he's going along to the Formula One Lingy, so we had a chance to have a chat about Melbourne and his season so far to date. But I was interested in some of the post-match interviews. In fact, you spoke to Tom Papley at halftime, Isaac Heaney, and then Tom Papley again as part of the TV coverage as to what he thought the Essendon intent was last night.
Yeah, they're trying to get after us. It's all off the ball. We're just worried about the ball. We'll keep being hard in the contest and get the job done.
You could see it early, absolutely. And how long were they going to go for? That was what we put up, and they're physical and they had a crack, and we obviously ran over top of them, which was nice. So not much love there.
Yeah, they really gave it to us. Essendon, they obviously come out. Brad Scott come out and said they want to have that Essendon edge, and we knew they were going to come out. Obviously Peter Wright maybe took it a bit too far, but that's footy. We moved on from it, and they were still getting into us. We all love the footy, love being tough, but you got to do it 4 quarters.
Tom Papley and Isaac Heaney with their reactions to the extra attention in which we saw. Well, Brad Scott kind of forecast it with the Essendon edge during the week. Cameron Ling, did you think it crossed the line? Was it overzealous in its approach?
Well, it was genuinely there. It wasn't a made-up. There was feeling in that game, and when Isaac Heaney made that comment, not a lot of love. You could tell that. You could sense that on the ground. You could sense the little, just after the ball, after a tackle, even if it was just a simple tackle and there was a ball up, there was a little push, and the Peter Wright one went over the line, definitely. The other ones were, I reckon Essendon were trying to make a statement at times. But then the biggest statement you can make as a team is to consistently attack the footy, consistently pressure the opposition, and then to consistently execute high skill level under enormous pressure. That's the best type of edge you can have in your game, and that's what the Sydney Swans had. So the Essendon have got to learn to balance having whatever you want to call it, a physical edge to your game with... You've got to play the game as well, and you've got to play the game to an extremely high level. I thought Essendon were okay last night. I thought they played a pretty good game of football, and there were some positive signs. They just got beaten by a team who's much better at the moment. I'd say Sydney and the Giants, they're the two best teams in the competition right now. Yeah. And they just play such scintillating football. Warner and Papley and Heaney and Errol Goulden, he's amazing. That sort of speed and ball use, Nick Blakey off half back, it is so hard to stop. And seeing it live and being at ground level, sitting on the boundary last night, it is just a wave of speed and skill flying down the ground. And they are a really impressive team. And Essendon's got to get to that level. You know, you can carry on with a bit of the other stuff, but you've got to be able to play at that level for the whole time if you want to be considered a really good team.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you with the Sydney Swans. They sit on top of the ladder. They've got the Tigers next week. They are the team that is setting the competition really on notice with the GWS Giants as well. The coach of the Bombers, Brad Scott, here was his assessment on the Peter Wright moment.
And a big part of that fast start involved Peter Wright's collision with Harry Cunningham. What did you make of that incident?
You can ask the question, but you know I can't answer it.
Did you see it? Did you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I was watching the game. Yeah. I can't comment on issues that might be before, the MRO. But the only thing I can say, I'm not going to talk about the incident, but Peter Wright is a well-known ball player, always has been since he was a kid, and always has been through his AFL career.
The thoughts of Brad Scott last night. The Bombers have the Saints at Docklands next Saturday. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Hi team, the pitch invader had his phone, so it was likely live streaming. So the best thing a player could have done was either stomp on their phone or fling it over the fence. That's from Rob. Nick has also been in touch on 0437 774 774. Sick of hearing the term football act from some commentators. A football act will permanently disable someone one day. Let's put the weasel words away and call it for what it is. Thanks, Nick, for your thoughts. Tom Stewart was phenomenal on Friday night, but to let him roam around taking intercept marks all night was terrible coaching. How could that be allowed to happen? Go Cats and go Ling. That's from Anthony and John in Coburg, Sydney. Sydney players should make their minds up. Just a year ago, Parker called Essendon too soft. This year, it's too physical, more indecisive than my ex. Thank you, John, for your contributions. Matt Clinch.
I think, sorry to jump in there, Clinchy. I think Sydney were basically saying the same thing as what Luke Parker was saying in a different way. It wasn't that they were too physical. It was that they were just physical in a way that didn't matter and was irrelevant to who could win the game. I reckon it was a little way of saying that they weren't hard enough when it really mattered. So, they as I said, that's genuine, that feeling between those two teams. There's something there. Those players don't like each other.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, but keep your thoughts coming through on the SMS 0437 774 774. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for ABC Sport on AFL Sunday. In a moment, I got the chance to catch up a little bit earlier with Melbourne star Christian Petrarca.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Just look for the AFL button.
Well, Melbourne with back-to-back wins, 55-point winners over the Hawks despite losing key defenders Stephen May with a broken rib and Jake Liebert with a knee injury after half-time. Melbourne star Christian Petrarca joins you on ABC Sport. Christian, welcome. Thanks so much for your time. What pleased you the most about yesterday's win?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Well,
what pleased us so winner? Probably the defensive efforts, to be honest. I felt like for 4 quarters we had a great aggressive nature to us, and around the contest I thought our stuff around stoppages was awesome. And yeah, we pride ourselves on our defence and contest, and I thought we did that for a really consistent period yesterday.
You had to adapt a few times throughout the game. Hawthorn took over 50 marks in the first quarter, so you could sort of get a clear indication as to what their style was. And then with the injuries in the second half, Harrison Petty had to go into defence to try and offer support.
Yeah, their first quarter, obviously we could see what their game plan was just trying to shift the ball and try and make us defend for a long period of time. And obviously when you got Stephen May and Jake Lever and Gorney down the line for contest long kicks, obviously I don't think anyone wants to kick there, so I understand their game plan, but they had to change it up in the second and third quarter. I thought they used the ball a bit more quicker and try to get a bit more handball, and then Petty went back and provided some great support for us.
You mentioned some of the defensive efforts. You were highlighted in one of them, getting back in that last quarter and spoiling Mitch Lewis. Will that feature on the highlights during the week, I would have thought?
I hope so. I hope Goody replays it every single second for everyone else to see. It's my one and only defensive effort this year, so we'll take that.
You were able to get on top in the middle of the ground. I think you kicked 9 goals from stoppages. So you had the 6 clearances. Jack Viney was 7. How much have you sort of realised that against a slightly inexperienced Hawthorn midfield that was one area you're really able to get on top?
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're inexperienced. They were number 1 in clearances last year in centre bounce for the whole year. So they're really good in that area, and that's probably one of their main attributes. But I think Gorney did a great job of providing a great contest for us, both in the rucks and the centre bounce and around stoppages. And Clary was getting tagged, so that kind of helped us in a way. We could manipulate Finn McGuinness and the way where we positioned Clayton. But I thought Vines and our aggressiveness around the contest is what really helped us get out of that bubble and go.
Melbourne midfielder Christian Petrarca is with you on ABC Sport. We were praising your forward line yesterday with Ben Brown alongside Bailey Fritsch, who kicked 5. Cosy Pickett seems back to his best, and Cade Chandler is improved from year on year. We're looking forward to seeing Shane McAdam. Any insight as to how far away he might be for your forward line?
Yeah, I'm not too sure with Shane. I think they're obviously taking a slower approach. Obviously, I think it's he's re-aggravated the hamstring, so I'm not too sure what the diagnosis there is. But I know he's back running and doing some kicking stuff, so hopefully the next few weeks, I'm not too sure with that.
And your own personal game, I mean, you've been averaging just under 30 disposals and a goal through the first 3 weeks of the season. Where do you feel like your own form is at the moment?
My own form. Yeah, I feel like I'm being pretty consistent at the moment. I pride myself on just being a really consistent player Monday to Friday, just trusting my process, doing my routine, and on game day just allowing it to come out and have fun with it and enjoy it. And I've been working really hard on my strengths, but then also my weaknesses, and my kicking is something I've really tried to improve on. And I felt like the last few weeks I've really noticed a difference with taking my time on with the footy and really delivering the ball to the forwards with an easier kick, or just allowing them to mark it easier.
Obviously, been beaten in the finals in straight sets. No doubt that would have burnt over the off season. What was sort of the main focus heading into this season? You know it's a long season. You know it's required to win a premiership, but to try and make sure you get the wins early to chalk up some form.
Yeah, obviously, no doubt the last couple of years has been obviously disappointing with the 2 straight set exits. But look, for us, we do a lot right. We do 95% of the stuff we do is amazing. Our contest and defense really stands up in games, and especially in finals. And I think it's us just rewarding ourselves. So when we have those turnovers, we're number 1, I think, for creating turnovers, but number 18th for scoring off them. So for us, we just need to kind of take pride in that and keep doing what we're doing, but then also just finish off the work, because we're doing a lot right.
You spoke a bit about Clayton Oliver in previous weeks. Just wanting to see him being the best version of himself as a person, off-field, on-field, and then being able to obviously execute that from a footy point of view. It seemed noticeable on the bench that there's really an effort to try and celebrate the good moments when Melbourne get on top in a match.
Yeah, it's not just Clayton, but our whole team. I think in the past we've kind of expected players to do things. If we see Jake Lever spoil or Maisie take an intercept mark, we go, well, that's what's their job. But I think it's actually celebrating, doing the little things really well. So I think we've had a big emphasis over the off-season and pre-season. And I feel like it's helped us in the last few games with just celebrating the little things. If we see a good kick, let's celebrate. If we see a spoil, we see Caleb wins a tackle, let's just celebrate those things.
Now, we get all the footy questions out of the way. Do we find you at Albert Park today watching the Formula One?
Yep, I'll be at the F1 today, obviously with Red Bull, which would be great. I hope Max Verstappen will probably win his 4th straight race by 100 seconds, I reckon. So it'll be a good day. I think the weather's going to turn out well, and it's a great day at the F1. It's good for Melburnians.
So how passionately do you follow the Formula One?
Passionately, I'm a Red Bull man, so Max Verstappen, I follow him all the time. I like Ricciardo, obviously fellow Italian, which is good. Similarities, apparently. We look alike. He's a Red Bull man too. He's AlphaTauri now, I think. And, I love the F1. I think, obviously, ever since the Drive to Survive series came out, I think everyone's a big fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, you've got Port Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval next Saturday night. You then have the Adelaide Crows 5 days later for Gather Round. So is the plan to stay in South Australia during that time?
Yeah, the plan's to stay 7 days. So we fly over Friday night and then we come back Friday the next week. So, 7 days, which would be a good, fun little trip. I think we kind of, galvanise and get together as a group and have a bit more fun together.
Beautiful. Christian, enjoy the Formula One this afternoon. Congratulations on the win yesterday.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Melbourne star midfielder Christian Petrarca, who I had to record a little bit earlier, because he's going along to the Formula One. He completed all his club responsibilities with his recovery, and we had a very quick chat. But he's got back-to-back 3-vote games in our ABC Footballer of the Year, and I'm not sure how much you saw of Melbourne's 55-point win over the Hawks, but his form, be it with a couple of injuries to Stephen May and Jake Lever, may be the key to Melbourne pushing deeper into September.
Yeah, he's such a good player. He's so strong, just so powerful. What a difficult matchup he is, and I think when he's getting forward and kicking goals, that's obviously him at his absolute best. Yeah, those injuries are a worry though. You're right, Petrarca is crucial in the middle of the ground. Max Gawn's also important, but May and Lever set up so much of what they do, and that hit on May, it would just look so sore coming from the ground, and he's a tough boy, Stephen May, so that must have hurt a lot. And then Jakey Lever, it almost seemed innocuous, the way he did his, but obviously a little bit worried. Clayton Oliver had to work through a few things. Obviously the Hawks went after him and really tried to make his day difficult, but it just seemed like he just gritted his teeth and okay, it's not going to be where I'm best on ground day, but I'm still going to help my team. And they did what they had to do in a really professional, solid performance against a team who really battled, scoring 38 points and didn't seem to have any real flow or that going. It was a strange, slow-paced game at times, and the marks and everything like that. Yeah, it's a win you just chalk up early on in the year for the Demons, get that one under the belt, but I don't think they beat any really great competition yesterday.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed in the Hawks. I felt like their forward line would improve with Marbiel Chol alongside Mitch Lewis. Has Christian Petrarca made their point? Their midfield has actually been one of their strengths, despite they are in a development phase. But the coach, Sam Mitchell, was asked about the game plan and the 50 marks they had in the first quarter.
Certainly the idea to take some more uncontested marks was obvious. Taking some more territory and actually looking for chances to penetrate the front half was where we fell down badly. And to have, I don't know how many inside 50s we had in the first quarter, but it was very low. It was 8 or 10 with 50 marks is clearly not a sustainable way to play, and not a model that we'll look to do too often, but we thought it might help us early in the game today. And I think it's a bit of maturity, a bit of being able to know the right moment to pull the right lever. There's a moment in the game where you're like, this is the one, take that, and if we miss it, then Melbourne are really strong. You don't get too many chances. They're not going to make too many mistakes on defence.
Sam Mitchell with his assessment of the Hawks yesterday, so 0-2 to start the season. They have the Cats on Easter Monday, while, as we heard, Melbourne take on Port Adelaide from the Adelaide Oval next Saturday night.
It's a bizarre explanation and a bizarre team to try that against, because every team that we've seen trouble Melbourne over the last 2 years, going from round 10 2 years ago where Melbourne were prohibitive favourites to win the premiership. And remember, Fremantle got a hold of them and opened the game up, and the speed of ball movement and leg speed, and everybody started taking note. Keep the ball in motion, keep the speed on the game so that May and Lever can't get set and they can't work that defence. And teams broke them down, and those straight sets exits weren't a fluke. Teams went to work and went to homework on what, at round 10 2 years ago, was the best team in the competition. To think that then slow chip type play was going to trouble them, where that's heaven for Melbourne and May and Lever, because it brings everything back to a set play type battle, and that their defence can get set, their big beast midfielders and strong bodies of Viney and Oliver and Petrarca and that can go to work in the contest. It was a strange way of thinking, and clearly, obviously, didn't even get close to working.
No, I do wonder whether the players took the tactics just a little too literal in the way they tried to apply it, but I think there might be a bit of pressure on the Hawks this year. They had 7 wins last year. I think the expectation is their development will be a bit quicker than some other teams, but they've got the Cats next Monday, Easter Monday, Tom Hawkins' 350th game, so it's going to be a big occasion for them. The other match yesterday, Lingy, was North Melbourne and their match against the Fremantle Dockers. The Kangas started well with 4 of the first 6 goals of the match, but Fremantle wrestled back momentum in the third quarter. They kicked 7 goals to 1. They had 8 unanswered goals at one stage, and it must be said, Justin Longmuir got the contract extension. They look a lot better side when Lou Jackson's playing well. The bigger question is going to be, can they combine with Sean Darcy when he returns? But Fremantle are showing some good signs. What did you make?
Yeah, they are. It's got that real signs of that bounce back season. And it's so often the case, young teams on the rise struggle with the weight of expectation. I think that was Fremantle last year, and there's been others throughout the journey. Carlton have done it, and you go back to Richmond just pre their great run. They had that year of expectation they struggled with. They stuck strong to what they were doing, and then they come out of it with those 3 premierships. Fremantle had everybody tipping them, could they finish top 4 last year? And they battled with that and didn't play great football. It feels like this is their bounce back year where they all understand their role a little bit more. They all realise that you got to go back and do the work, and you don't just get gifted a top 4 finish just because everyone tips you to finish there doesn't mean you've got it right. So it's feeling like they get it now and they understand what it takes, and they are led by some really star young players. Talk about Luke Jackson had a massive influence. Right now, Caleb Sarong. You could argue Petrarca might have, 6 Brownlow votes probably. I reckon Isaac Heaney's a threat to have 9 Brownlow votes right now. But Caleb Sarong's probably got 6 Brownlow votes too, or thereabouts, maybe 5. He's just elevating himself into that true elite bracket of midfielder again. And he was quietish early when North Melbourne had a bit of it. And then he, along with Jackson and a couple of others, just said, nah, you know what? We're not going to drop this one. Let's get to work. And they were impressive in a different way, because they weren't impressive early on, but it can also be a sign of a good team that finally gets, okay, grit our teeth. We haven't started well, but let's fix this game in-game rather than lose and then do a review. It's like, let's work this out and get over the top. So, good win by the Dockers.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. They were able to correct the North Melbourne enthusiasm at the start of the match, and you're spot on with Caleb Sarong. He had 46 disposals against the Brisbane Lions and 35 yesterday against North Melbourne. So if he can kick the odd goal, I think that will certainly catch the umpire's eye. Justin Longmuir will be keen, the Fremantle coach, to try and address, though, their slow starts.
Different. Like last week, felt like we just cost ourselves goals. Deliberate rush point, 50-metre penalty, a couple of turnovers that just in places where you couldn't defend. Felt like last week, even though we started poorly on the scoreboard, it wasn't necessarily a strong reflection of the game. This week we weren't up to the intensity that they showed in the contest, as I've already spoken about. So we'll review that, and definitely don't want to panic about our starts. For me, it's one poor start.
Fremantle winners by 26 points over North Melbourne yesterday. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday. Jake Niles going to join us in about 90 seconds. So give me your best 30 seconds on the Cats, Lingy, and Friday night over the Crows.
A really impressive performance. Tom Stewart was superb. I know I didn't give him the love right at the start, but he did deserve a bit in game 150. He was brilliant. I thought the combination of some of the older boys and some of the young players were really impressive. Adelaide kept coming, though, and maybe if Fogarty kicks that goal and maybe a couple of little half chances, they might have been able to make it even closer. Would have got very interesting at the loud Adelaide Oval, but impressive win. Really quickly, watching Geelong St Kilda play on that Saturday night, I walked away thinking, are both teams kind of just average? And then watching their second games, I realised that Saints are good, very good, and Geelong's very good. And the fact that they played each other might have just been 2 good teams actually working each other out a bit and throwing some different things, and that led to what felt like a scrappy game. So I probably have now reassessed those two playing against each other.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Tom Stewart, goodness me, 5-time All-Australian, 150 games, and he might chase Matthew Scarlett down with another one this year. What a phenomenal player he's been for the Cats, and unfortunately a 2-week hamstring injury at this stage for Patrick Dangerfield. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling in a moment. Jake Niall is about to join us. What sort of penalty is Peter Wright looking at? We'll put that to Jake next.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You get a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
You'll be the captain.
All the latest country hits.
I ain't proud of all the places that I've gone.
And emerging artists.
Because, baby, we've been apart.
24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC list.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Jake Niall.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
A warm welcome to our listeners through South Australia who join us for the first time today. AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Jake Niall. Our first stop today on Sunday footy is the Dogs and the Gold Coast Suns. There has been a late change with Bailey Humphrey out with a shoulder injury. He's been replaced in the side by Rory Atkins. Oscar Baker and Rory Atkins are the subs this afternoon. The Tigers and Port Adelaide in the middle match from the MCG, Travis Boak's 350th game, and the West Coast Eagles and the Giants to close out round 2 of the AFL. The chief footy writer for the Age newspaper in Melbourne is Jake Niall. He joins us every Sunday to take us through the key talking points from the weekend. And Jake, welcome to you. It's a pretty easy one to start with. Peter Wright, how did you assess it, and what sort of penalty might he be looking at?
Well, he's going to be suspended, Matt. I don't think there's any question about that. I think if you look at the pre-season incidents, we get a kind of a steer as to where Michael Christian and indeed the AFL, who have to approve the verdicts that Michael Christian assesses, or they go to the tribunal. I think this one's right at the borderline of getting either a 3-match ban or a 4-match ban, like Powell Pepper. It's probably closer to the Powell Pepper incident, and you look, obviously, they would still be waiting on all of the information from the medical on Cunningham. So I think Peter Wright, I would say it's going to be graded very likely as severe impact, high, and careless, not deliberate. And I think that means 3 weeks, and that gives Michael Christian the opportunity to send it to the tribunal if he thinks it should be worth more, or to just leave it at 3. So I think it's either going to be 3 or 4 weeks is the long and the short of it. Bearing in mind, we all know now, Lingy and Matt, that the AFL are hell-bent on stamping out these sort of things, and they're going to go hard early in the season, I think.
Yeah, I think they've made that really clear, Jake. Agreed. I feel like this one will go straight to the tribunal and let them test that one there. Couple of big injuries, Jake, in Melbourne for the Demons. 2 very important players, Stephen May and Jake Lever. What's the latest on those two?
Well, Lever's got a sore knee. Now, I don't have an update of exactly how bad that is. Melbourne haven't come through with that yet. But May, it looks pretty... We saw the incident with Chol, and it's believed to be broken ribs. And I can't see, you tell me, Lingy, can you play with broken ribs? I would say not. Certainly when it's known that you've got broken ribs, maybe not such a good idea. Sometimes clubs have been known to disguise that injury, haven't they?
They have. But round 3 or 4 or 5, early in the season, you don't play with broken ribs. Get them right so you can get into the season.
Yeah, so I'd say he'll miss. And leave a bit of a question mark, but it is a game changer to not have both of them. I mean, I think that's the point. If you can get May is obviously the more valuable player, but Lever and May together are so potent and are so crucial to how Melbourne play. So if they don't have both of them, almost irrespective of who they play, I think they're vulnerable against any opponent, and they have been, over the 3 matches, pretty impressive. I mean, I think that their win against the Bulldogs was excellent, and I think their performance, they did what they had to do against Hawthorn. I don't think there was very few people who would have thought Hawthorn would win that game, but Melbourne were. And Petrarca is obviously looking potent. Gawn's there, and Oliver has been well ahead of what some people would have thought given all the off-season troubles he's had. So if they can if Lever's probably the key thing here, because I think the May injury is much more straightforward.
Yeah, we saw Harrison Petty go back into defence, and I guess the Demons' depth will be tested, as will the Saints. Do you think Max King will just accept his 1 week ban for his bump off the ball? And, of course, they also lost Liam Henry and Mason Wood with that broken collarbone. So despite the win against Collingwood on Thursday night, the Saints have lost just a little bit of momentum in the aftermath.
Well, I'd accept it.
Yeah,
I would just take it. I mean, there's always a chance they don't, but I think you should just take it and move on. And I think the chances of, mind you, a lot of players now, Matt, are having a swing at it and having a fair degree of success. If you look at James Sicily, so if you don't think you're not risking anything by going for it, players do tend to go for it. But I think it's a week, and that's that.
Yeah, and off the ball, high bump on Finn McRae on Thursday night. Jake, we saw the exciting announcement of the Tasmanian football team on Monday. The colours, the Tasmania Devil. No announcement on the CEO, but it was state election day in Tasmania yesterday. We're waiting for confirmation, but it looks like a minority Liberal government. What impact might that potentially have on the AFL's prospect of a stadium down there?
Well, this is really fascinating, Matt. The AFL are not budging from their position, bearing in mind that the AFL position, which is if you don't agree to the stadium, that's the Tasmanian government, who are funding this. They've capped it at about, I think it's $375 million. The Albanese government are committing, I think it's $240 million. Then there's, I'm sure there'll be more than that, but they still have to make up some more money. But that's where it sits. But the problem that the Tasmania has in this is that the AFL, it's not simply the AFL Commission, it's the club presidents who are not budging on this idea that if we don't get, being them, the stadium at Macquarie Point, as devised by Gillon McLachlan, then there'll be no team. So the Labor Party were looking at an alternative. At the moment, there's an independent, David O'Byrne, who is ex-Labor Party. He's pro the stadium. One of the complications is that I believe some of the Jackie Lambie Party people who are elected in this election, Jackie Lambie's against the stadium, but some of these independents that are in her group are for it. So and the Greens are dead set against it. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what comes of it. But the AFL position isn't moving, and that's what they're saying today. That it's not going to move. No stadium, and that's Macquarie Point. No team. So this has still got a long way to play out. Bearing in mind, we may not know the exact composition of the government for some time, even though it looks like it'll be Liberal minority.
Yeah. I thought it was smart by the Tasmanian football team to get their membership out there. $10 seemed like a very smart move, and over 150,000 paid and signed up members. So a good start for them as they look to build from the foundation up. Jake, thanks as always. We'll read your stuff in the Age newspaper.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Jake Niall, the chief footy reporter, joining us on AFL Sunday. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling, as he does each week, to bring us the latest and the breaking news. Now, one member of our team who's travelled down to Ballarat today, that's our next stop for the Western Bulldogs taking on the Gold Coast Suns. We've got Chad Wingard, who's a part of our team this afternoon. Chad, have you got us down the line? Welcome to you.
How you going, mate? Yeah, I've got you loud and clear.
Beautiful. I was just wondering, have you ventured down to Ballarat too much in your movement from South Australia to Victoria?
I haven't, besides game day. I've obviously played a few games here when I was in the Port days, but I obviously drive past Ballarat a lot of the time to drive back home to Murray Bridge, so miss all 4 exits, but this time obviously coming in to watch a beautiful game of footy against Gold Coast and Bulldogs, so looking forward to the contest.
So I guess as coming along as a spectator this afternoon, what are you expecting? Because the Gold Coast Suns have been so impressive in their first 2 games under Damien Hardwick, and the Bulldogs, well, we saw them firsthand last week against Melbourne, they'd love a little bit of a spark back.
Yeah, obviously Brandon Ellis' 250 game, and obviously they want to win away from home, and they're obviously trying to get into the finals for the first time as well. So a lot to play for them. And Bulldogs after last week, obviously it wasn't their best performance. Obviously their tools didn't have enough impact, and losing to Melbourne, they're a great side as well. So both sides have got a lot to prove this week. And like I said, a lot of people have actually came out to watch this game. Looks like a packed house. It's going to be an absolute ripper.
Well, I reckon one of the matchups potentially, Chad, that I'd just happily pay money to watch. Mind you, it might have to come with a warning because it's got a dangerous element to it, is Tom Liberatore versus Matty Rowell in at the stoppage. I mean, two of the most just hungry, vicious junkyard dogs who want to hunt the footy. That'll be brilliant, won't it, watching those two go at it?
Yeah, two of the best in the game. Obviously, guys that are just got it down to a fine-tuning aspect of getting in and amongst it and trying to get the clearances. So I hope they come up against each other. Sometimes those players obviously try to work off another player, but if they're on each other, it's going to be an absolute battle, and I'm expecting a bit of fireworks, especially with this midfield. Both teams are flying at the moment at their midfield. That's where they've both obviously got a lot of money and a lot of games into their midfield, so whoever wins that is going to be put their forwards in the best, obviously, position to win this game.
Just pop the over-under at about 15 clearances each for those two.
Now,
30
just sit
between
back
them.
if it's like a boxing match.
Now, Chad, as I let you focus on this game, the Western Bulldogs and the Gold Coast Suns, I just want to ask you about a former captain of yours, Travis Boak, who plays his 350th game at the MCG. He spoke to the media during the week, and this is what he spoke about with his loyalty to Port Adelaide.
I never thought I'd be here for so long, for 18 years. I think when I got drafted, I was like, 2 years and probably go back to Victoria. And I think Mum and Dad certainly raised me to be a loyal person, and that's certainly a value I've tried to hold pretty close. And it's been a great journey to be a part of this footy club, such a rich history, and loved every minute of being a Port Adelaide footballer, that's for sure.
Port Adelaide, Travis Boak, who celebrates his 350th match for Port Adelaide this afternoon. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling alongside Chad Wingard, who's joined us from Ballarat. Chad, take us behind the scenes. What was he like as a captain? And Ken Hinkley gave him the highest of praises, saying that he saved Port Adelaide at the time in which they were pretty desperate with memberships and attendances.
Yeah, I remember that very vividly. Obviously, Travis Boak's one of the favourite sons of Port Adelaide Footy Club. I remember it was in Geelong. There was rumours going around that he was going to go back to Geelong, and obviously they were flying at the time, and we were struggling. We were maybe 16th, 17th. And he came and had to speak to us. Dom Cassisi was the captain at the time, and then obviously he was almost passing of the baton, and he really committed to us. He said, boys, this is where we want to go. And within a couple of years, well, obviously in the prelim final, we couldn't get it done, but he changed that club around to having tarps on the Amy Stadium to packing out crowds for the last 8-10 years. So he's been massive to that. Obviously the guys that got him after him, but he's been huge in actually changing that club around.
And he was pretty meticulous for his preparation, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's one of the guys that is just so elite with his preparation. Obviously, he's ultimate professional. He's actually very selfless. He's one of those players that is kind of just thinks about others before himself. He's obviously had a great career. He's been All-Australian, captain the most games for Port Adelaide Club, but at the, I suppose, epitome of him is that he just sacrifices so much in his game as a person off the field. And he's someone that you want to play for. As a captain and coaches as well, you want to play for him and you want to win for him. So he's just that inspirational leader for them. And obviously I wish him the absolute best. Hopefully he can have a successful year this year. I was hoping, barracking for him the last prelim finals. I want them to finish off with a bang.
Yeah, absolutely. The Traralgon Tigers reminded me on the SMS, from Melbourne it's up to Ballarat, to Bendigo, to Shepparton. It's down to Geelong and Traralgon. Chad, if you're allowed to, don't forget the hot jam donuts down there in Ballarat.
Yeah.
Enjoy the call.
Yeah, don't tell Sammy.
Great to have Chad Wingard as part of our commentary team this afternoon alongside Nathan Burke, with Ben Cameron and Andrew Mays to call the action. That'll be your next stop on ABC Sport, down to Ballarat for the Dogs and the Gold Coast Suns. Lingy, I guess the milestone for Travis Boak, it should be a great occasion for Port Adelaide. Unfortunately for the Tigers, there's been injuries aplenty for Adam Uze in his first year in charge, and we get to see a great story make his debut this afternoon, which I've got to be honest, I didn't know a lot about Maikelti Lafau, but he is making his debut. The former Melbourne Storm from New Zealand originally gets his opportunity in the back line this afternoon.
Yeah, and with injuries come opportunities, and he gets that chance, which is wonderful. And I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes, because I'm with you a little bit. I haven't seen him play at all, so I'm keen to watch that. But yeah, when you think of Adam Uze taking over the Tigers and the challenge of almost trying to remain really competitive with some high quality players still on your list, but blooding younger players and bringing them up, so rebuilding a little bit on the run. The last thing you need is injuries to your your key players because you don't quite have that depth yet as you're getting games into those young players. So, to lose Gipkus, which is a real shame, but then Dion Prestia is a wonderful player, Hopper and Broad and these types of players. It just exposes your youth inexperience to too much responsibility too soon, a little bit. So I'm expecting Port Adelaide to win this one, but Richmond have a knack of finding a way at times in front of the home crowd and everything like that. But I would imagine Port Adelaide just being too strong for that group with those key players out. They're a very good team, Port Adelaide. We know that, and you'd think not all milestones you get up for, but there's certain players that you just got to find that little bit extra. And I'd imagine that with Travis Boak. He means the world to that group and that club. So I'm expecting them to have a win.
Yeah, he is the only player who has been there longer than Ken Hinkley, which says a little bit. And Kenny celebrates his 250th match as coach this afternoon, but all the attention will be on Travis Boak. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Good afternoon, guys. Love the show. I'd just like to add that the Bombers have been labelled as soft, easy to play against, lazy. They were even taunted on field. The AFL is incredibly out of touch, demanding $1 billion new stadium when so many folk are struggling. Yeah, there's a bit of that sentiment coming through on the SMS. What you guys are admitting is the vast majority of Tasmanians are against wasting money on a stadium, and rightfully so. It is an interesting point in terms of the fact that when the new teams came in South Australia and Western Australia, they didn't have to have stadiums, but this is part of what the AFL sees as growing the sport down there. And the one thing I would say through my experience, having lived in South Australia when they transferred from Football Park to the Adelaide Oval, is it just brought the city to life. So the challenge will be to the government to try and provide public transport to get you in and out of the city from obviously the north to the south to try and really unite the state. But I do hear what a lot of our listeners are saying in terms of the money that will be invested in that stadium, but hopefully it's a good investment for the future going forward. Of course, once we get to the back end of the show, it's time for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player and Australian Football Hall of Fame member Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and Chris Scott and the Geelong Football Club.
Toughest opponent? Probably Cameron Ling.
Cameron Ling gets the forecast each Sunday in which direction he wishes to go to close out the program with his last word. Over to you, Lingy.
Well, the last word today, Clinchy, is around trends and around those teams who are going to be capable of winning a premiership. And simply put, you must be able to score. Skill and speed is king now. When I look at the two best teams in the competition on form right now, and I know it's only early, Sydney Swans and the GWS Giants, and this is getting to the fact that the Giants are playing later on today. Number one in the competition is the Giants coming into this round, scores from turnovers. Number two, the Sydney Swans. They make you pay through their speed across the ground, their speed of their ball movement, their skill, their pace. So if you can't score 100 plus in 10 plus games this season, you are irrelevant. You are not going to be a chance of winning the premiership because you must be able to put the pressure on the opposition on the scoreboard. Yeah, you got to still have a very effective defence, which often turns the game back into the attack. Just like I said with those two teams, their scores from turnovers because they put pressure on. You must be elite in the contest, absolutely. I'm not just talking about free-flowing, run-forward, downhill skiing. But when you do create a turnover or you do win a contest, you must be able to make the opposition pay. And that leads me to the fact that the GWS Giants are taking on the West Coast Eagles later on today. Over in Perth, mind you, that does help a little bit with the Eagles. The Giants are going to absolutely flog the Eagles. It will be ugly because the Giants are, along with the Swans, the best scoring team, the most skillful, running. Their midfield depth and their skillful half-forward, half-back depth is just absolutely elite, and this could get unbelievably ugly for the West Coast Eagles later on today. They're probably thankful it's the game's in that little hidden spot later on a Sunday where hopefully everyone else is maybe just off doing something else and not paying full attention because the Giants, with how good they are going to destroy the West Coast Eagles this afternoon. The Hawks model that we saw yesterday, Clinchy, 50 marks in a quarter, slow, boring. It's not going to work. You're not going to do anything with that. If you want to win a flag, 100 plus in 10-plus games, or don't even worry about it. You're just making up numbers.
There you go. Lingy's last word for round 2 of the AFL. Yes, I am a little fearful for our commentary team in the west of Australia. Of course, they'll come through loud and clear on ABC Radio and via the ABC Listen app. But Oscar Allen out for 6 weeks. Who will step up for the West Coast Eagles and kick their goals after the impressive start to the season we've seen from GWS? Yeah, I'm a little fearful that could be triple figures if GWS get a roll on. Of course, there's so much available on the ABC Listen app. So if you're listening to us in Perth and Hobart, you'll be heading off to the Sheffield Shield final. That's via ABC Sport Digital. So don't forget there is plenty of coverage. And the Socceroos in action against Lebanon on Tuesday night. Ned Hall and the team in action. So for our listeners on Sports Digital, you're off to the Sheffield Shield final from the Wacker. And make sure you stay with us across the weekend. And for everyone else, we've got another couple of minutes before we take you to Ballarat. So it allows me, Lingy, to pose the question, are Collingwood done? Will they make the 8 this season in your eyes?
Oh, every week I've said they're going to bounce back, Clinchy.
Yes.
0-3, the Cats couldn't do it last year. They were too far behind the 8 ball. The worry is they're playing Brisbane in Brisbane, which could send them to 0-4. 0-4 is probably too far back, amazingly. I just look, there's too much quality. They're playing way, way below their best at the moment. But you've got too much quality to not make it. So I'll still say they get there from 0-3. Gee, they're playing bad footy. Like Darcy Moore and Scott Pendlebury and Steele Sidebottom and like star players who are super skillful. Jordan De Goey are just butchering it. And I just can't see it continuing for too much longer. They're too good to keep playing like this. So now I'm going to back them in for a little bit longer. I've stubbornly stuck to it the last 2 weeks against the Swans and the Saints and been wrong. I'm going to stick to my guns one more week and say they will bounce back. What do you reckon?
No,
Can they do it?
I'm against you. I think the time has caught up with them for this season, whether it's the pre-season preparation, whether they thought they were travelling maybe a little bit better than what it has proven to be. But when Darcy Moore missed that hand pass to Olef Markov, I thought, oh my goodness. And then when Steele Sidebottom spoiled it straight into the path of Jack Higgins, I thought that's just so un-Collingwood-like to be making those sort of errors. And they're the most senior players. So Craig McRae wouldn't call them out in the press conference, but I'm sure he's calling them out during the week about the fact that they need more composure from their senior players, and their confidence has just dropped a little bit. They brought in Lockie Schultz, and probably hasn't been the seamless transition they were hoping it would be. So I'm not sure they're a better. I know they're not a better side this season than what they were last year.
No, they're not that. But the Darcy Moore handball isn't fitness because of pre-season, or it isn't him choosing to be selfish or not doing the work. I mean, it's almost mind-boggling how he turned that one over. And I just think that's fixable because he's so good and so talented. And yes, they're probably going to end up too far back now to win the flag, but I reckon they can get going. I reckon they're the sort of team who could peel off 8 wins in 10 weeks. And all of a sudden it's not the end of the world. They're maybe 8-5, and we're fine.
Yeah. I don't know. I think a bit similar to the Cats last season. When you find yourself so far behind chasing the season, you've got no other option but to string consecutive wins together, and it just leaves you no room for error. And I think that might be Collingwood's undoing this season. It sets up Thursday night nicely, doesn't it? The start of a big Easter weekend. The Brisbane Lions having lost the game at the Gabba against the previous couple of weeks against the Blues. They had the bye, so they come in nice and fresh, and just sets up what's going to be a cracking Easter weekend of footy.
Could you imagine? So nothing replaces the grand final for them. That's never you never ever get that back. As many times as you relive it, like I've done multiple times, 2008, you never get it back. But how special would it be for the Brisbane Lions players to have that feeling of we can send them to 0-4? That is so much motivation to say, there's just a little, we get a little shot back at them just to make them hurt a bit. So that's huge. And you're right, a wonderful Easter weekend. And I always love, one of my favourite games of the whole year is always Geelong Hawthorn on Easter Monday. That's obviously got a lot of memories for me. So can't wait for another great weekend of footy. And it kicks off with probably the biggest one on that Thursday night.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to chat before next Monday, so I can ask you what Tom Hawkins has meant to you before that match. So as I let you go, Dogs and the Suns, who have you tipped this afternoon?
I've tipped the Dogs. I think it's almost their moment where they've got to say enough's enough. We need to be considered a genuine team. We've got to get back to playing our style of footy. It's in Ballarat. The Suns have had to travel. They think they're up and about. Yeah, make a bit of a statement now, doggies. I reckon they can win that one.
Yeah, I'm a little with you as well. I think the last test for the Gold Coast Suns will be able to do it away from home, and this is the challenge for Damien Hardwick. Can he side to what they've done at home and really take it up to the Dogs? I've got a funny feeling they're going to find a way to fight back the Western Bulldogs. Thank you, Lingy. We'll do it all again next Sunday.
Thanks, Clinchy. Have a great day.
Cameron Ling with you for Grandstand AFL Sunday. We're heading to Ballarat next for the Western Bulldogs taking on the Gold Coast Suns. It's wall-to-wall footy. Where else would you want to be but with us on ABC Sport for the afternoon? Thanks for your company. Chat to you again later on. We'll be at the MCG later this afternoon.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. On your radio.
On digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
The Bulldogs appropriately come to Ballarat looking for a eureka moment in their season. Gold Coast trying to get to 3-0 for just a second time in their existence and the first since 2016. Welcome to what the locals affectionately call the Rut. Ballarat, it's great to be here for live footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron alongside Andrew Mays to call all of the action between the Western Bulldogs and the Gold Coast Suns. Our experts, we've got a current player to tell us how it all looks currently in the AFL. Chad Wingard is also a dual All-Australian and a man who has done it all. It's easier to just describe him as an 8-time, 4-time, 2-time Nathan Burke. We've got no time to waste. We're about 90 seconds away from the bounce of the ball. Chad, Burkey, welcome.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Obviously, looking forward to a good contest today. Midfield is going to be very exciting to watch from both sides.
It doesn't get better for footy in Ballarat than this. It's nice and sunny, around about 21, not a big wind, no excuses out there. Deck looks perfect. It's been for a big one, Benny.
Yeah, Michael Malthouse tells me that players in here used to wear garbage bags under their jumpers, cut the arms out so they didn't get hypothermia. But this is a beautiful day, 17 degrees Celsius, sun baking down on the ground. The team news, there's a late out, so Bailey Humphrey is out with a shoulder issue for the Gold Coast Suns. That's a big blow. Ned Moyle is in as well for the Gold Coast Suns. And Rory Atkins, the starting sub, replaces Bailey Humphrey. While for the Western Bulldogs, no late changes. Oscar Baker will start as the sub. So the players in positions, a glorious sight here at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. It is the Suns and the Dogs. The Dogs looking to own the western corridor of all of Victoria. And we're just about set to go. Live footy on ABC Sport. You're with Andrew Mays.
Hardly a spare seat in the house. What a beautiful sight it is on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Nice to be here at this time of the year rather than a cold and wintry July or August. Out of the middle, Bontempelli with a first hand pass. Gets it over to Treloar, who bangs it inside 50. Early chance for the Dogs. It went over the head of Ugelhagen. Coming in to take the mark was Collins. Nice intercept.
We've got Libba lining up against Matthew Rowell. That should be a enormous contest.
Collins comes to the broadcast wing. Moore was the target. It got to him on the bounce. His hand pass missed the target. Richards there had a fumble. Boundary line beats everyone. Ball to be thrown in just forward of centre wing for the Western Bulldogs in this opening term that's 30 seconds old.
Big Ned Moyle, a lump of a lad, isn't he?
He's all arms and legs, isn't he?
Gets to the front here opposed to English. Takes it out of the ruck. Shovels out a handball. Bontempelli getting there quickly. Knocked on towards the boundary line. Going after it west. So too for the Dogs, Harvey Gallagher. Another throw in left half forward for the Western Bulldogs. Attacking the quarry end of the ground in this first term. No score through the opening 50 seconds here on live footy on ABC Sport.
73 hit-outs for Ned Moyle in last year's VFL Grand Final. So he wins this one against English, but back towards the boundary line and we'll do it all again. The Dogs have gained about 15 or 20 metres.
Maybe that's how he's getting the hit-outs. Just hit it to the boundary and he gets another chance to get another hit-out.
He's got a tough battle on his hands today with Tim English opposed to in ruck. Reaches over the top of him this time. Bontempelli was coming through the stoppage, couldn't gather. Rouse clean, slams it on the boot, but it's only going to get as far as Richards, who takes the mark for the Dogs. Right on centre wing, looks towards Karmas, who takes it in the middle. Birthday boy this afternoon goes back to Richards by hand, who then goes further out wide. Well done by Caulfield to get the hand pass over to Johannesson. His kick was intercepted, although Treloar onto it from 55, puts it to the top of the square. Good spoil over the top, Butterick. And that'll be a ball in next to the right behind post. No score. We've played 2 minutes in this opening term.
Great to have Macca and Adam listening in on the return trip from Dubbo. 0437 774 774, the SMS line number. Forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. Moore wins the tap down onto it. Liberatore. Handball out away to Treloar. Snaps a kick. Waitman low down. Did it go to required distance? The umpire says yes. And Waitman has it 30 out. Slight angle to the right.
Good start by Treloar, starting in the middle of the ground. That's 3 possessions already and a clearance. That one was just a lucky one thrown on his boot, but Cody Waitman smart, understanding he's not going to travel a big distance, getting in front, taking one low. So I think this is normally a little bit more of a scoring end here at Ballarat, so need this one to get on the board early.
Hits the scoreboard a lot for a small forward. Needs to get the Doggies going, and he does. First goal goes the way of the Western Bulldogs. They're 1 straight 6. The Gold Coast Suns yet to score. 3 minutes travelled. Live footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke, your experts.
Yeah, you can just see straight away, compared to last week, we watched them, obviously, we called the game last week. They've got some handball receives straight away from that turnover, and that's the biggest difference, trying to get it from the density of this side, where it's coming from the turnover, change direction, go for the middle of the corridor, and obviously to get a better look going inside forward 50. That's much better access. Obviously, get a forward stoppage and able to get a score from that. Such a high score source as that forward stoppage.
61st game this afternoon for Cody Waitman. Kicked his 100th goal of his career last week, so he knows where the big sticks are. It's his first of the afternoon and the first of the game. 1 straight 6, the Dogs. Back in the middle. Liberatore and Rao going head-to-head. That's going to be a fascinating battle. Winning it down was English. It pops out the back to Treloar, and he can get it going forward again. A long penetrating kick inside 50 over the top, Waitman.
What a start.
The hot hand at the moment. Nice little ride, and he'll line up for his second in 30 seconds.
It starts in the middle of the ground, so twice, the 2 centre bouncers, Bontempelli's got his hands on the ball twice, and he's lining up against Touk Miller. And he's just a little bit strong for Touk at the moment. He's just pushing him out of the way, hands on the ball, handballing the ball off to Treloar, banging the ball inside 50. Only difference this time, Dogs took the mark instead of the Suns.
A little straighter this time, 30 out directly in front. He does deliver. He's second in a minute for Cody Waitman, and the Dogs have a 12-point lead. 2 straight 12. The Suns yet to score, yet to go inside 50. And the margin is comfortable for the Dogs. They're looking good.
Yeah, what a great start. You see the balance that the Doggies have around the stoppage. Obviously, you got Libba and Bontempelli, the absolute hunters of the packs, but then you got Adam Treloar that's just holding his balance, getting that handball receives, allows him to get a clear disposal going forward, rather than Rao getting that clearance and just slamming on his boot, goes 15 metres. Compared to a 40-metre centre clearance, it's just the biggest difference at the moment.
And that's one thing we have seen from the Dogs traditionally, is be able to flick it around and get it out into space.
Yeah, their hands are great, but smart move by the Suns here. So Noah Anderson has now gone, I'm going to go down to Bontempelli's end. Millie, you've had 2 chances. You've lost both of them. So give Noah a chance.
Bounce in the middle, favours English, reaching over the top. Well, there's a free kick, it'll go the way of English. So the out-of-contract Western Bulldogs ruck. He'll wheel around and thump it long, a flower bag inside 50. Eagle Hagen launching at it, can't take the mark, comes down for Powell, he's wrapped up quickly. And another forward 50 stoppage here for the Dogs. Riley Sanders applying the tackle, socks up for the young draftee.
That's what I like to see.
You like it, Berkey?
Not going to be a football, at least look like one, my old man always told me.
English trying to get a clearance here for the Dogs. Again, we'll go with another ball up. 30 out from the attacking goal for the Dogs. It's all been down at that quarry end. The end, the Dogs are attacking.
Tossed up quickly. Darcy having a run in the ruck. Won it down immediately. Liberatore trying to wrench it free. Couldn't do so. We'll have another stoppage. 40 out from the Bulldogs' goal. Has lived in their half in the opening 5 minutes. Winning it down straight to Bontempelli. Gets to Norton on the bounce, who turns, should spin and kick the goal. He does. This is a hot start from the Dogs. 3 straight 18. Norton gets on the board with his first. The Suns yet to score. We played 6.5 minutes in the opening term.
Well, Chad, it's all starting in the clearances. They're 5-1 in favour of the Bulldogs. They just look far more proactive around the stoppage. The ball hits the ground, they're pouncing on it quickly. They're all moving together, in sync together. And you said their shape around the contest is good. If one of them gets in trouble, there's somebody to handball the ball to. So, and the most impressive thing is they're putting that dominance on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they look like a team that's come off a tough loss, to be honest. They finished the game pretty poorly last week, and you get to see they're hungry and they need this win. They look like a hungry team right now.
He's questioned about how little he was targeted inside 50 last week, just twice for the Western Bulldogs. Aaron Norton, bounce back in the middle, restart. English slaps it down, going after it. Bontempelli tries to get his kick away. Anderson wrenches him off it with a tackle, piles on top of him, and a ball up in the middle, just on Anderson and Bontempelli. They are the top two players for ball winning and ball use in the competition at the moment. As Bontempelli gets a handball out again, but quickly the players pile in. So we'll do it once more in the middle. Live footy on ABC Sport. The Dogs with the first 3 goals of the game.
The Dogs have had 6 clearances, and the Suns have only had 5 possessions in total. It's 21-5.
Going nowhere, Liberatore on that occasion was trying to win another clearance for the Dogs. Hands it back to the umpire. We're just forward of centre here. English reaches over the top, and finally a clearance as Anderson snaps it forward up towards 50. There's Walter. Athletic hand pass? No. Well, actually, there might be a free kick from behind play here. So this has been called by the umpire at almost centre-half back. And it is going to be Walter with the free. So in that tackle, even though it looked a bit like a throw, it was actually a free kick paid down the field. Was it Anderson who was down in back play there?
Anderson was knocked over after the clearance.
So Walter from 60 out, puts it to the top of the square. Where are the fires? King able to rise and rise highest. He takes a strong mark at the top of the square.
That's bad news for the Bulldogs because, first of all, Liam Jones fell over. That didn't actually help. And the other Western Bulldogs players hurt his shoulder.
Caulfield, I reckon that is.
Yeah, Caulfield hurt his shoulder in that marking contest and just said, I'm going straight off here, and ran straight off the ground.
Carrying his arm doesn't look in a good way at all. Meanwhile, King to answer back, delivers for the Suns. A much-needed goal, a steadier, margin back to 2 straight. Suns have their first, King has his first. 3 straight 18 the Dogs, leading the Suns 1 straight 6, approaching the 10-minute mark of the opening term on live footy on ABC Sport.
It's a funny game footy, Chad. What should have been a Western Bulldogs free kick at centre-half back gets turned over because of a late hit on Anderson. Ball gets kicked long forward and Liam Jones falls over, and Ben King stands there and takes an uncontested mark about 5 metres out. So swings and roundabouts, fortunes can change very, very quickly. Levi Casbolt into the ruck now against Sam Darcy. So I reckon there's a bit of a weight difference between these two.
First of 3 back-to-back games on your Sunday here on ABC Sport. Bounce back in the middle. Casbolt and Darcy. Darcy reaches over the top. Down to Sanders. Handball to Treloar. He'll send the Bulldogs out of the middle. Long kick. Low ball inside 50. Waitman again punched away from him by Hewlin. Live footy inside the attacking 50 here for the Dogs. Picked up by Ugle-Hagan. Handball to Darcy. Handball to Vandermeer. Hits the deck again. Darcy there to pick it up. Off to Norton. In traffic. Gets a handball away. Comes back to Norton. On his right. Kick smothered. Footy pinballing around. Sanders away to Waitman. 5-metre kick. And they turn it over finally. The Dogs. Anderson clears for the Suns.
Off one step as far as he could. Walter was stuck behind, forced to spoil. Boundary line wins out as Karma sees it over for the Western Bulldogs. That'll be an interesting matchup this afternoon. Number 3 pick for the Suns, their highest ever academy graduate. They had pick 3 in last year's national draft. Speaking of lump of lad, he's a big boy, Jed Walter. Thrown back into play. Darcy won it down. Free kick.
Got a push in the back from Casbolt.
So Darcy with the free kick, and he can load up from just forward of centre wing for the Western Bulldogs. Goes as long as he could, and Waitman flies from behind. He was forced to spoil in the end. Collins able to get the hand pass out. Now Butterick's in a bit of a tight spot. He was taken holding the ball. Yes. Was looking for the safety of the boundary line. Couldn't quite find it. And guess who's got it again? Cody Waitman.
just before that, it was a big long bomb inside 50, and you've got Norton down there, Hugo Hagen down there, and others down there, but it was Cody Waitman who actually leapt in the air and brought the ball to ground. He was the one flying and then getting the ball on the ground again, so he's doing everything at the moment.
Right forward pocket. So it looks like he's going to shape for the banana here, and he's pulling out all the tricks. Cody Waitman, a hanger and 3 goals in the opening term. The Western Bulldogs 4 straight 24, leading the Suns 1 straight 6, 12 and a half minutes gone on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you can just see, obviously, his ability to impact in the air, on the ground as well, just makes him such a dual threat as a small forward. I mean, not many small forwards these days have that ability to get on top of a shoulder and also crumble at the same time. He kept his feet. Obviously, that pressure as well. He's an absolute hot start. I mean, as a small forward, you kick 3 in the first quarter. I think you're pretty happy with that start. What do you reckon?
It's never happened to me, mate.
Yeah.
No idea. I think you should be able to tell us about that one. Are you thinking 12? Are you doing the Suns?
Oh, yes, you're thinking I'm having a big day.
You're thinking 12, I would be.
Mickey Barlow once told me he had 10 in the first 10 minutes and was thinking 120. Disposals back in the middle. Darcy wins the tap down onto it, though. Casbolt for the Suns. Bontempelli goes in. Gets rid of it. Tries again. Treloar looking to lay a tackle. Rao fighting after it. And another ball up in the middle.
Took me a whole 4 quarters to kick 3 goals once in 300 games. So never did it in the quarter.
Casbolt slapping it down. Not clearing the congestion. Eventually Sanders out to Treloar. Snaps the Dogs forward. Bouncing ball inside 50. Getting back. Trying to get onto it. Flanders beaten to it by Vandermeer. Miller will come in. Clean up. Gets rid of a handball. Away to Fiorini for the Suns.
Low piercing ball. Monzo did exceptionally well just to hold Karmas at bay with the left hand and then release himself at the right moment to take that mark on the wing. Bereft of options immediately, so just holds things up, then tugs the footy into the pocket, and Darcy, that's easy pickings for him. Towered over that pack and then was almost uncontested. Comes back into the middle. It's a good kick as well to Bramble, straight up the middle. Important ball to win, and Norton now has it off to Karmas, who can straighten from 45, pulls it across the face. Hugo Hagen sees it sail over his head for a behind. The first blemish of the afternoon. 4-1-25 the Dogs, 1 straight 6 the Suns. Played 14 minutes.
Kick in short to the pocket for Powell. Recently signed a long-term deal through until 2029. And a few bad ankle injuries. Kicks around the boundary line to Hewland. Just beyond the defensive arc. Keep your texts coming. Got some good ones coming in. 0437 774 774. Dogs leading by 19. Hewland kicks to the wing. Karmas. Walter there with him. Karmas outpoints him and marks. Dogs back in possession on the wing. 52. So Karmas will be marched to inside 50 and have this set shot on goal. And he proved last year in the VFL that he is a goal-kicking machine. 41 goals at VFL level. Played predominantly down back for the Dogs. You'll have a look at the sticks.
Yeah, and Gold Coast, you can just see where they're kicking. Every time they get a mark, they're going back off the mark, taking their full 15, and that's playing into the Doggies' hands. The defence able to set up. Liam Jones is just licking his lips, saying, where's this ball going to go, and I'm going to try and mark it. These boys, it's just, they've got to be fast. You see the Bulldogs, they're changing angles, getting handball receives, and playing a lot faster.
Buku Karmas playing down back, knows how to kick a goal on that smooth left leg. Delivers another one for the Dogs. They've got 5. A high 5 in the opening term. And they are running all over the Gold Coast Suns. 5-1-31 plays 1 straight 6. 25 points the lead. Nearly 16 minutes played in the first term. The Hawks small forward Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke, the Australian Football Hall of Famer, with you.
Thanks, Benny. Everything is just Western Bulldogs at the moment. 9-1 inside 50s. Interesting stat that the Gold Coast have only had 18 possessions compared to 40, but the Bulldogs have had 11 tackles. So they've almost had as many tackles as the Gold Coast Suns have had possessions, and that just shows that they've come to play. They're getting their hands on the footy, but they're also doing the hard work as well and getting on the scoreboard, which is the most important factor of their dominance.
Darcy having a run in the ruck for the Dogs against Casbolt. Pins it down this time, Casbolt. To Anderson, who's able to force a kick forward. It was a little bit scrappy, but Swallow gets to the fall of the ball, snaps inside 50. No mark taken. Over the top, long goes to ground, and he's shoved over the boundary line. And we'll have a throw in 50 or 60 rather around from the Gold Coast Suns goal.
Still no re-emergence of Nick Caulfield, who went off with that shoulder
I think
injury.
the sub has been made.
Oh, sub's made. That's no good. He's had a horrid run with injuries. Nick Caulfield at the Saints, so hopefully it's not too bad.
From the throw in, knocked forward by Casbolt, onto it, Long with a flying shot on goal. It'll be across the face, and Jones will get back. He'll mark on the last line between the goal post and the behind post. So Baker subbed in, Caulfield out. No clarity yet on the shoulder injury. We'll bring that to you when we can.
Low piercing ball from Jones, turns it over straight onto the chest of Sexton, who can launch it. He gets to 55. High ball caught in the breeze. No mark taken. Top of the square. Fighting over it at ground level is Richards. Was he doing everything to get rid of it? Umpire says he was doing enough, and he'll ball it up 20 out directly in front.
There's not much of a breeze here, but that ball did look like it got held up a little bit going into the Suns.
Darcy wins the tap. Clear and kick for Sanders towards the defensive edge of the square for the Dogs. Mopped up by the Suns. Quick snap from Ainsworth back inside 50. Darcy spoils. Picking it up. King for the Suns. Handball away to Fiorini. Handball away to Anderson. He'll snap on goal and miss to the right. Couldn't quite get it to go.
Jeez, he had go-go gadget arms then, didn't he, Darcy? He just reached out and somehow got his hands to that.
He is all arms and legs, isn't he? He's a long boy.
Short kick in is okay to Dale. Over the top to Williams. Outside of defensive 50 with a long kick. Will it sit for Poulter? Not quite. Just beats him over the boundary line, and we'll have a ball in right on centre wing. Dogs with a fast start if you've just joined us. Currently a 4-goal lead. 3 already in the first term to Cody Waitman. Ball will be thrown in. English and Casbolt to go at it. Great scene with Outer Hill. Absolutely chockers. Casbolt won it down. Quick hand pass only as far as Poulter, who's tackled immediately. Ball spilt free in the tackle. Liberatore's onto it quickly. He's wrenched off it, and then a blind handball forward towards Walter of the Suns, coming across Richards for the Dogs. He was able to collect cleanly, and then he's able to centre things up to Bramble.
Bramble wants to bite off a short kick to the sub. Baker into the action. Sweeps the handball. Vandermeer, look out! King closes. Catches him holding the ball. That's what you want from your big key forward. He chips it short. Good kick away to Flanders. Attacking edge of the square. Goes inside 50. And Richards goes up for the Dogs. Defensive intercept mark. Has it at fullback. It is the Dogs by 24. 19 and a half into this first term.
Short to Liberatore. Was called to play on. So he goes laterally to the left back pocket. Mark taken by Baker, as we mentioned, the sub on for Caulfield with that shoulder concern, so fingers crossed for him. Long kick just forward of the wing, and nice mark by Collins. Centres things up to Rowell too, who's been quiet to start this one.
Just
Rowell
the one
right
possession.
Half forward. One possession.
Yeah, just the one. Took Miller one possession. Matt Rowell coming out for his second now.
In he goes to the top of the square this time. Walter wasn't able to get a run at it. Jones dropped it, and then Dale needs to get rid of this, or he'll be holding the ball. Very lucky. Hand pass comes towards Baker. Suns trying to get numbers there. Bramble out there to help as well, and Richards happy to see it over the line for a throw in next to the right behind post. Was it holding the ball?
Oh, no, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt. You've got to wrap up the tackle a little bit better.
450 stoppage here for the Suns. To the front, Moyle tackled by English immediately. Dragged to ground, another ball up. Hope I get this right. Mile boys listening, travelling back to Adelaide after playing a trial game for Borders against Robe. Maybe you can help us with that, Chad.
Yeah, well, the only thing I know about Robe is that it's a party place in New Year's, so it's it definitely is one of the most. It's kind of like a Sorrento, I suppose, down here.
Yeah.
If you're for people from Victoria.
Ball just pinballing around, picked up in the end, snapped on goal by Flanders, and he kicks it. A much-needed goal for the Suns. Can that ignite them? They're second, and they bring it back to 18 points. They're 2-1-13. The Bulldogs 5-1-31. 21 and a half minutes into the second term. Live footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke.
Well, good effort by Flanders. He's been lively so far. He's had 3 possessions, but he's won them in tight. It looks like he really wants the footy around. The ball's bumbling around on the ground, and he's in there fighting for it. And he's putting himself in the right position and got himself a goal from a great effort then. But if they go in at quarter time after being completely dominated and they're only 3 goals down, I think Demo will probably be okay with that. Won't love it, but he'll be able to live with it.
Just on Flanders, people might not realise how good he's been over his last 10 games. He's averaging nearly 30 disposals, so really starting to get a fair bit of the footy at AFL level.
Can find it. English with the tap down and then a little bit of a high tackle, so it's going to be a clearance here for the Suns. Anderson, who's been a shining light in that midfield this afternoon so far.
He's had 8 possessions. This is his 8th. The next best for the Suns is King on 3.
Shows you how good he's been. Takes his full journey, then kicks. That looked like it held up in the breeze significantly. So remember that breeze getting a little stronger. Dale able to rebound. Now Richards has it. Kicks it off the inset, but it's going to work out through the legs of Waitman, who wasn't able to grab it on the half volley. Now a chance for Powell. Hand pass inboard to Anderson. Just over kicks the footy, but it's going to be a down-the-ground free kick. Ill discipline there from Ugle-Hagan. It's going to be a turnover ball, but now it's a free kick to Ainsworth, who's a couple of kicks from goal.
Obviously, Ugle-Hagan hasn't had a great start, and just giving away a frustration free kick there. They were out. They turned that over in the middle of the ground. That was almost going to be a goal against.
Ainsworth goes short to Butterick. Back late last year after 2 ACL injuries. Hoping to get a clean run at it. Kicks the Suns inside 50, looking for a marker. Going up in front, Dale brings it down. Onto it there, Rao for the Suns. Handball to Flanders. Sexton dumps it on the boot. Kicks back to full forward. Looking for Casbolt. Jones spoils it away. Coming through, Walter. Spin and gather. Off to Casbolt. Diving save last line. Great effort from JJ. Johannesson able to get a hand on it. And he saves a certain goal. 17 points, the Bulldogs lead.
Risky kick inboard as well from Johannesson. It was well picked up by Gallagher. Gives it back to the running Johannesson. Straight through the middle he goes to Daniel, who missed the target after he'd taken the mark by hand. Turnover ball. Chance for more. Didn't want to kick. Got the hand pass away. Sexton with it now. He spills it. Off to English, who kicks forward for the Dogs. Inside attacking 50. Waitman again. This time on the left. And he bounces it through for another. He's got 4. 4 in the opening term for Cody Waitman. He's making the most of every opportunity. The Dogs with a 6-goal opening term, 6-1-37, leading the Gold Coast Suns 2-2-14, 24 played. You're listening to Live Footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke.
All right, Chad, what's he thinking now, mate? What's going through his head?
16. I think it's 16. He's gone for the record. But you can just see the risks that Bulldogs are willing to take compared to last week. You didn't see none of this kicking, none of this handballs receives off of a quick kick. They're taking risks, and it's obviously paying off. And Cody Waitman's licking his lips at the moment. He's thinking 16.
Quite incredible. I mean, they kicked 9-10-64 last week against Melbourne. They've already got 6-1-37. Jenny's listening, says Ballarat, regional home to the Doggies. Go the Bulldogs. Great to have you listening. And part of our coverage, Jenny, we'll get a secondary ball up in the middle. Also, Ben in Carlton says, whoever's banging on those bongo drums, can you get rid of them, please? So annoying. We'll send you down there to tell them, Berkey. There's Bailey Dale trying to get involved, getting in Liberatore. Handball out to Bailey Dale. Now to Richards. He has nowhere to go. Handball to Bontempelli. Dogs chaining up handballs. He kicks out in front of Waitman. Had a term, hasn't he? Getting back Butterick for the Suns. Off to Hewland. Dribbles a kick along the ground. Bouncing ball. Going after it. Berry. Able to gather. Handball away. Back to Ainsworth, whose kick is a turnover to Richards.
Richards dropped the mark but had time to gather. Then a kick inboard. Lukosha should swallow this up. Could have been front on contact. Umpire wave play on. Now a chance for Gallagher. He's caught cold holding the ball. Good pressure from the Suns. And Yuld to take the free kick. Switches play to left half back to Collins. Over the top. They're out here. If Holman can give the hand pass over the top. Has Miller inside. That's where he heads. Miller turns. Awkward little kick there forward, and spilling it, unfortunately, was Flanders. Was Poulter taken without it? He was. Miller trying to make up for his mistake, concedes the free kick. Now a chance in the middle for the Dogs. Running onto it is Gallagher. Takes a bounce. This time not caught holding the ball. Blind kick inside 50, though. And the mark easily taken by Ballard. Ballard short, and Butterick has it at right half back for the Gold Coast.
Oh, lazy kick. It just finds its way on the bounce towards Hewlin. Though he's set upon. Now he's under the pump. Gets it back to Butterick. Handball away to Fiorini. Time to stop on his defensive arc. Handball into the middle for Rao. Handball towards Miller. Chopped off by Liberatore. Dogs back on the ball. Bontempelli. Johannesson gives it off towards Caleb Daniel, who just goes for a little cruise. Now he'll kick laterally. And out towards Bailey Dale. Cruising down the wing. Goes long inside 50. Over Bontempelli. Out the back it goes. It'll tumble out. Forward 50 stoppage for the Dogs. They lead by 23 late in the first.
Sorry, Benny. Players are waiting for a break. They look so tired that last 30 seconds. Dogs could have kicked the ball inside 53 times, but there was no one in there. So all their forwards had pushed up high and were too tired to get back.
And that throw in pretty shallow because that did hold up in the breeze. It's going towards the Dogs' end, and then a couple of players converge, including Liberatore over the top, not letting that one come out. Darcy happy to contest again in the ruck. Thrown up. Going through the stoppage, Liberatore turns smotherer in the end. It ricochets straight to Miller. He's wrapped up immediately. Another stoppage. Ball up to take place. Deep inside, attacking 50 here for the Dogs.
Up it goes. Taking it out of the ruck, Moyle just dumps it on the boot. Kicks beyond offensive 50. Johannesson drops the mark. Able to get a handball away to Richards. Dogs left half forward. Richards thumping kick towards full forward. Pack forms. Off hands into the post. Another throw in deep in the left forward pocket. Bulldogs leading by 23 points, 28 minutes into the first.
Yeah, Richards is a lovely kick, but that did seem to have an extra 5 or 10 metres on it. So there is a bit of a breeze heading towards the Dogs' end. From the stoppage, getting low was Gallagher. Umpire said, I'll have it, instead of holding the ball, or a free kick for over the shoulder. Another stoppage. It's lived in the Dogs' forward 50 in the last 45 seconds or so. Moyle with a quick kick. It's going to be out on the full. He was just trying to clear the area, and over it travels. And I think it's Baker with the free kick in the left forward pocket.
You'll never see a faster player from a forward line to go to pick up a ball that's been kicked out in the forward. I'll tell you that for free. He hasn't gone too far off the mark here, so is he given a chance for the guy on the mark to actually put a bit of pressure on?
So Baker with the snap. He's going to have to bend it round beautifully, and he does exactly that. Waves to the crowd. A 7-goal opening term for the Dogs. 7-1-43, plays 2-2-14, 29 played in the opening term. Live footy on ABC Sport.
There's almost a vacuum behind that goal. They're kicking that straight. It's just getting sucked straight through the middle sticks. Obviously, they kicked 7 goals, 1. It's unbelievable. Some of the shots they've taken, like they've had a couple snaps. Obviously, a banana from Cody Waitman before from the tightest angle. Obviously, just a snap from about 35 out on the boundary. They've got their kicking boots on today, don't they?
Things are working for them, and they're most importantly, they're making hay while the sun's shining.
Yeah.
Everything that's going their way is ending up in a goal, which is what you want to happen, because sometimes you get heaps of inside 50s and you're dominating the game, but you're just not getting that scoreboard pressure on. But luckily for the Bulldogs, they are.
Bounce back in the middle. English and Moore both with hands on it. Bounces back to English. Handball to Bontempelli. Slips over. Under pressure, loses it. Clutching at his ankle as well, Bontempelli. Coming away with it, the Suns. Anderson looks inside 50. Walter drops the mark. Spills down to Ainsworth. Spills out to Walter. It might have been a throw before that it was. So Ainsworth flicking it out. It'll come back, and free kick will be taken by Ed Richards at fullback. The Mile Boys, these might be friends of yours, Chad. And so would also like to know what colour hair Chad is rocking these days. Come back to that as...
I think that's a stitch up because I'm starting to go grey. I think that's what he's going at. I'm rocking the dark brown and grey hair at the moment.
Big mark by Norton on centre wing. Off to the running Daniel. Lowered the eyes beautifully. Off to Gallagher. Inboard he goes. And a mark to Baker. Nice centering kick. And this one arguably a little bit easier than his last shot a minute ago. 45 out, directly in front with a bit of a breeze behind him.
Well, Oscar was the sub at the start of the day. He's probably thinking, I'm going to sit there for a couple of quarters at least and, come on, have a big finish. And he's lining up for possession number 7 and goal number 2 in the first quarter.
He'll start his approach about 10 metres forward of the centre circle here. In he comes, spinning the ball in his hand. Baker for his second of this opening term. Kicks from right on 50 and nailed it. Everything is coming up Bulldog today. 8 goals in the opening term. 8-1-49. The Suns 2-2-14. That margin now 35 points, approaching the 32-minute mark.
Yeah, and speaking of mentality, you've been a sub. If you have that mindset that he might be in the last quarter or the second half, like he's come in and made an immediate impact. He's obviously been an injury. You've got to stay ready. So when you're a sub or whether you're on the bench, wherever you start, you've got to make sure you stay ready because obviously he's had an unbelievable start to this game, and that wouldn't happen if he had that mindset. I'm not ready to. I'm just going to tune in at the second half or not warm up or not be there mentally. So he's come in with the right approach. Obviously prepped like he's ready to play 4 quarters.
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. I just heard the bongo drums for the first time, so I'm with you, Ben and Carlton.
I think we all are.
8 goals kicked by the Dogs. Only kicked 9 in the entire game last week. English slaps it down in the path of Treloar. Can't gather, might have been buffeted off the footy. No, gave away the free kick. It'll go the way of Took Miller in the middle of the ground. Socks up. Chips it short. Coming up, Flanders. Marks on his chest. Suns trying to just stem the bleeding at the moment. Short to Lukosius. Wheels and goes. Whacks it inside 50. Karmas coming up at the footy. Doesn't take the mark. At the drop, Liberatore gets a handball out. Dogs at fullback. Jones sweeps a handball to Bailey Williams. Gets it off in turn to Bramble. And Johannesson will kick around the boundary and spot up Vandermeer. Dogs out of trouble.
Kick over the top from Vandermeer. Missed English, who was frustrated with the delivery. It's out the back, luckily, to Norton. Hand pass inside's a lovely ball. Off to Johannesson. And Johannesson inside 50. Gets it to Bontempelli, who picked the pocket of his teammate, Waitman.
Was he almost sick at 20?
If anyone else but the captain, I reckon he might have said, hey, mate, I'm on fire. Hey, get out of my leading lanes.
So Bontempelli, who had a little bit of an ankle concern a couple of moments ago. Good to see him unaffected by that. He's marked 45 out. He's about 10 metres inside the boundary line here. Kicks from 49. And the skipper isn't missing either.
Hang on.
9 goals in the opening term for the Western Bulldogs. We're just going to go upstairs. Celebrations a little premature, perhaps. All the players have been told to, the interchange bench has been told to get back off the arena. We just have to wait for the goal review. So we are looking at the arc here, and
trust yourself, Golub. It went through half post height.
Yeah, that does look like it hasn't hit the post at all. Looks like a gap at all times, and nothing coming up on the arc. So there we go. Confirmation of the 9-goal opening term. And the captain gets in on the act right at the end. Marcus Bontempelli with his first goal of the afternoon. What a quarter for the Western Bulldogs. As we mentioned, they kicked 9 goals for the entire game last week. They've kicked 9 goals in this opening term. The man of the moment up forward, Cody Waitman with 4. Baker with 2, who was the sub. And then singles to Bontempelli, Karmas and Norton. And just one apiece for the Suns, Flanders and King.
Some of the SMSs rolling in on 0437 774 774. A shout out to Mike, who's listening in with his greyhound. Said she prefers rugby union, but listens to every AFL game with me. And most of all, when she listens to us, seems to get hungry. Good call as always. Go the mighty Swannies. Keep your texts coming, particularly if you're a friend of Chad's, and have some dirt on him. 0437 774 774. It's quarter time on live footy on ABC Sport. It is the Bulldogs leading by, it says 35 points, but it should be 41 at quarter time. More to come after this.
Muhammad. The ABC presents a new drama series that takes you behind the walls of the sacred.
Baba, I should be your VP.
You put yourself above the Almighty Creator.
And into a story of family, love, secrets and betrayals at a Sydney mosque.
Love's not a bank loan, Asa. Never needs to be repaid.
The ABC's groundbreaking new drama, House of Gods. Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Ball wins the tap down onto it, Liberatore. Handball out away to Treloar. Snaps a kick. Waitman low down. Did it go to required distance? The umpire says yes. It's the scoreboard a lot for a small forward. Needs to get the doggies going, and he does.
Pops out the back to Treloar, and he can get it going forward again. A long penetrating kick inside. 50 over the top, Waitman.
What a start.
A little straighter this time. 30 out directly in front. He does deliver. He's second in a minute for Cody Waitman.
Bad news for the Bulldogs. Caulfield turned his shoulder in that marking contest and just said, I'm going straight off here, and ran straight off the ground.
Now Butterick's in a bit of a tight spot. He was taken holding the ball. Yes. Guess who's got it again? Cody Waitman. Banana here, and he's pulling out all the tricks. Cody Waitman, a hanger and 3 goals in the opening term. Off to English, who kicks forward for the Dogs, inside attacking 50. Waitman again, this time on the left, getting bounded through for another. He's got 4. 4 in the opening term for Cody Waitman.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Yeah, this is live footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron alongside Andrew Mays calling all of the action. Chad Wingard, the dual All-Australian, and Nathan Burke, the Australian Football Hall of Famer, telling you what's happening. Lots of text rolling in. 0437 774 774. Charles and Zara are travelling from Shepparton to Melbourne for a calisthenics competition. Enjoying the call. Great to have you with us. Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke. How did they do it? The Dogs in that opening term, they lead by 41 at the first change.
Well, they just dominated everything, pretty much. 15 inside 50s to 10, which is not a huge amount, but they've scored 10 times from 15 inside 50s. And what it shows is the inability of Gold Coast to hold the Bulldogs up through the middle of the ground in particular. They're just zooming their way through there. And if I'm their Gold Coast defence, I'm saying, boys, just put a little bit of pressure on, just slow them down slightly at the moment. We're just under the pump incredibly because of the way the ball's coming in. So well done by the Western Bulldogs. Everything they touch at the moment, clearances, the ball movement, it's all just going in their favour, and they're making hay while the sun shines. And the only good news for Gold Coast, there is good news for them, is that it's quarter time. And there's still 3 quarters of this game to go, and they may not be in front at half time, but they need to chip away. They need to get closer, then close again 3/4 time, come home with a win potentially in that last quarter.
Do you think that'd be the message just quickly, Damien Hardwick? Look, it's not all going to happen in one burst, but chip away?
Yeah, keep it simple. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Let's get the ball back through the middle.
Yeah, it's ball movement versus a team that's just not willing to take anything on. It's been Bulldogs just obviously taking the risks. After last week, they were very stagnant. This week, they're obviously getting handball receives. They're changing angles. They're taking risky kicks from the wide, if you picture it's wide of the corridor, then they're coming inside and they're getting a handball receive, and it gives the forwards the best opportunity to get a mark inside 50, and that's how they're getting their goals. But then you see Gold Coast, after King, a massive chase down tackle, turnover, it's their ball. He's slowed it up. He's taken 10-15 seconds to kick that ball, and now all the defenders are getting back and helping out. So they're just not like I said, making hay
while the sun shines.
I like that. Bulldogs are on top at the moment. They're playing really well.
How tough is that as a coach, though, Berkey, when the team's probably struggling, everyone's going insular and worrying about themselves, to say, look, guys, we need you to play carefree, take some risks, take the game on?
Yeah, you can't barrel them because they'll get, especially a young team, they'll say, I don't want to make a mistake, and they'll play safe football.
So just repeating, Oscar Baker into the game, Nick Caulfield with an injury, a shoulder injury subbed out. Bulldogs leading by 41 points. As we start the second term, early clearance for the Suns. Raudo Anderson, high long border, full forward. Jones goes up, drops the mark, comes down for long flying shot, misses left. A behind to start for the Suns. 40 points, the Bulldogs' ascendancy. We've played 20 seconds in the second term.
Noah Anderson up to 12 possessions already. Leading is Ed Richards and Bontempelli with 9 each for the Bulldogs.
Johannisen kicks in to Dale, still inside defensive 50, exits with a nice pass to English, who juggles the mark on his chest. Short ball back to Dale is a little dicey, but okay. Has it at left half back, called to play on, pushed off his kick and turned over. Ferrini with the intercept mark goes forward, straight back to English. Dogs have it at left half back, hand pass over the top to Johannisen. Looking for a bounce, just calls his opponent in, and then a chance here for the Suns as he turns it over by hand. No mark taken by Casbolt. Off hands. Anderson through his hands. Hand pass was just behind him. A chance for the Dogs here to release. And now Treloar has the mark at centre-half back.
He wants to chip it to Richards. Nowhere to go initially. Gives a handball to Bailey Williams. Cruising by. Kicks around the western wing for Ugle-Hagan. Strong mark. The most wanted signature in the AFL at the moment on the logo. Waits a kick to Vandermeer. He'll send it inside attacking 50 in the Darcy direction. Coming across Hewland. Whistle on the play. Free kick going the way of the Suns. They'll have to have it. Left back pocket. It is a packed Eureka Stadium here in Ballarat. Bathed in sunshine. Kicks to Lukosius at fullback. He'll go short. Away to Sexton. Back pocket. Spears a pass and Miller marks right half back.
He needs to get into the game just for 3 possessions in that first quarter for Miller, 4 for Rowell.
Miller holding things up at right half back here for the Suns. Forced to kick long as he's called to play on. Gets it over the wing, no mark taken. Front centre Fiorini, hand pass inboard to Casbolt and then out wider by hand to Rowell inside 50. Long had to be the spoiler and then taken off it. Great attack on the footy there by Berry, and he was just taken high in that contest, and he'll line up from about 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
It's a bit reckless there by Jones. There was no need to tackle the way that he did. It was always going to give away a free kick, and we've seen Bontempelli put the ball through almost post height from here, so it's not a difficult shot on a day like this.
Yeah, pretty much exactly the same spot where Bontempelli kicked the goal on the siren in that opening term. This would be a good start for the Suns in this second quarter. Berry comes in, keeps it pretty low. Goal umpire doesn't move, and the first of the second term goes the way of the Suns. Long way to go to get themselves back into this one. 3-3-21. The Western Bulldogs 9-1-55. 3 minutes played, second term on ABC Footy.
That was better play there by the Suns. Took a risk. It wasn't perfectly clean, but it was getting the ball into an open forward line. So it ended up being 2-on-2, and Jones panicked a little bit, gave away a free kick and a goal. But that's what you've got to do. You've got to get the ball in where there's even numbers and low numbers inside your forward 50. It's not going to be super clean, but just give your forwards at least a 50-50 chance.
Berry, the former Lion, went to high school here in Ballarat. Originally from Horsham, but a couple of hours down the road for high school. Restart in the middle. Darcy slaps it out. Anderson soccers it on for the Suns. Poulter gets it on the wing for the Dogs. Handball to Treloar. Gives it off to Liberatore. He'll get on the left and kick out towards what is the eastern wing. Bontempelli takes the mark. Hits the ground running. Kicks into the pocket for Ugle-Hagan. Low down. Drops the mark. They get on top of him. Collins holds it in. Ball up just inside the attacking 50. For the Western Bulldogs, attacking the city end of the ground in this second term. 34 points the Dogs lead.
Moyle wins it down. Is he being held in that ruck contest?
Another free kick.
Yes, he was.
What do we think about the red footy? We don't get to use it all that often anymore.
Nice to see.
You'd like it, Berkey, wouldn't you?
The old tradition. If this game had started an hour later at 2 o'clock, with the red footy would have been perfect.
Kick from Long, who received it out wide and off a couple of pairs of hands, including Norton. Lukosius was the target, couldn't take it. And out for a boundary throw in 60 around from the Bulldogs' goal.
You're a 2 o'clock Saturday Arvo red footy connoisseur, aren't you,
There
Berkey?
should be a game every Saturday at 2 o'clock.
We're close. We're 1:45.
Not good enough.
It's not working for me.
Sanders becomes the tackler on Swallow, who was trying to break free. Held to him. We'll have a ball up still at right half forward here for the Western Bulldogs.
I know some people find the yellow footy easier to see. English slapping it down from the ball up here at right half forward for the Suns. Another ball up. Let us know what you think. 0437 774 774. Dogs by 34. English tapping it down. Ellis. Oh, he's taking the ground. Strong tackle. Clearance from Noah Anderson. High ball to the logo. King launches. Karma spoils. Down at ground level. Anderson onto it. Kicks up towards King, who takes the mark at half forward. And now he'll look inside 50. Long's leading laterally. Gets the sit. Can't take the mark. And gives away the free kick in the process as well. So Johannesson to have it at fullback here for the Dogs. 34 points to the good. They kicked 9 goals in the opening term. Cody Waitman with 4 of them.
Short from Johannesson. And the kick from Williams now. Up to the wing. Waitman caught behind. Forced to spoil. Poulter fudges the kick forward. Only about 10 or 15 metres. And now off hands. Collins for the Suns. Out wider still. Now Powell has it. Thought about a bounce. Instead drives it long. Inside attacking 50. King setting himself at the front of the pack. Couldn't get onto it. Holman did. Lightning hands from Miller, who had a player right up his backside and was able to set up the goal. Lovely snap around the corner by Swallow, and the Suns have 2 in this second term. The perfect start for them, trying to claw themselves back into this game. 4-3-27 the Suns, 9-1-55 the Bulldogs, and we played 7 minutes in this second term.
Yeah, they're looking much better off the turnovers. Obviously, they're going a lot quicker, more direct as well. So they're going straight down the middle to turnover in the middle of the ground. And they've just obviously kicked it straight as far as they can, using the wind to their advantage, and then just getting to work, putting the pressure on and getting a shot at goal. It's not looking pretty, but that's a perfect snap. And if it's their way to get back into the game, that's their game style. That's what they're going to have to do. Keep putting that pressure on. Go faster. Go faster off the turnovers.
It's working for them. Just put immense pressure on the Bulldogs backline. We've seen them. They can be a little bit susceptible to that immense pressure, getting the ball in quickly.
A restart in the middle. Dogs out of the middle through Bontempelli. That bounding run and then a long kick inside 50. Off hands Waitman. He's going to kick his 5th. Wow. From the goal line. It's all too easy for Cody Waitman. These are hot dogs here in Ballarat. 10-1-61, plays 4-3-27, back out by 34 points. 8 minutes into the second. Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke, live footy on ABC Sport.
Great work out of the middle. It was English who actually took the ball out of the ruck. A quick hit handball to Bontempelli. Just direct, straight to the top of the goal square. I think it might have been a free kick to Riley West at the bottom of the pack, but the ball just squirted out to Cody Waitman. When you're having one of those days, the ball just squirts out of about 5 people's legs and finds you at the top of the goal square, running into an open goal. So
he does kick bags more than you think. I'm fairly sure I did a game last year where he kicked 6.
Kicked 6 against North Melbourne last year, which is his best, so he's closing in on that pretty quickly. Treloar just dummied the kick. Hand pass sold Liberatore into a bit of trouble, and he's slammed in a tackle, going nowhere. Rao with a good bit of physical pressure will have another stoppage right in the middle of Eureka. Tapped down by Moyle. Flanders tries to scrounge a kick forward, then Swallow taken mid-air down in the tackle, and we'll have another stoppage still inside the centre square.
It's better by the Suns. If they're not winning the stoppage, they're at least getting repeat stoppages, and that's the next best option.
In the middle of the ground, Moyle with the clearance, just a high ball straight up and down the mine shaft, appropriately here at Ballarat. Onto it though, Dale for the Dogs, gives it off to Richards by hand, kicks up to Gallagher, who juggles it, not paid the mark, had a lot of it. Suns arrive, Walter going through, leaves it behind, getting involved Baker, and now Bailey Williams gets rid of it, free kick, it'll come back. The players are still going, took the advantage, said the umpire. I'm not sure there was much.
Give another free kick.
And eventually we get a free kick that'll go the way of Gallagher. He'll have it backward of the logo on what is the Eastern Wing, a packed Eastern Wing. A shout out to Rod, who's listening along out there. Great to have you with us, Rod. Enjoying the call.
Short from Gallagher, wider still to Johannesson, who off his left boot rather casually finds Baker, who's next to the boundary line. Baker runs inboard, then kicks to the pocket, setting himself as Collins. Wonderful intercept mark. Didn't even have any regard for where Norton, his direct opponent, was, and took a strong defensive mark. Goes back to Hewland, and he goes up the middle to Ballard. Short again. Now Fiorini has it. Outside of defensive 50. Looks to right half back. Flares it out wide. Mark taken by Collins. Spins the ball in his hand and then goes around the boundary line. Flyer from behind is Walter. Couldn't complete the mark. Now Williams. Hand pass was intercepted. Flanders coming the other way. Miller has it now. Centre half forward. Kick in the middle. Oh, wonderful mark down low by King. Pinpoint accuracy. He just got his fingers underneath the ball, and he'll line up from 25 out directly in front.
Yeah, again, Gold Coast just look better off turnovers, don't they? It feels like that's their main score source at the moment. They're just going quicker because they're forced to go quicker. Tookmiller actually had a couple options there. He actually probably took the hardest one, but hopefully let's see if he can put this through.
Ben King kicked their first of the afternoon. This for his second. Comes in and kicks it beautifully. Never looked like missing. It is the scoring end down that way. 3 goals in this second term for the Suns. 5-3-33. King has 2. The Western Bulldogs 10-1-61. 11.5 minutes played in the second term. Live footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the difference is the pressure through the middle of the ground. The Dogs aren't able to take it from one end of the ground to the other, just uncontested. At the moment, it's a scramble. When they turn it over, they're not mucking around with it. They're going bang straight back inside their forward 50, and it's making a huge difference to their abilities. As you said, they had a couple of options then. I thought Berry might have been the best option, but he went with the big fella, and that's a second one for Ben King. 2 marks, 2 goals. It's a good start by him.
Yeah, back to 28 points. As the Suns try to climb back into this match. In the middle, Darcy rises early, clearly wins the tap. Rowell at ground level, can't quite pick it up. Treloar goes in. Gets a handball out for the Dogs to Norton. Handball too hot for Bontempelli. Back to Treloar. Able to fend off Swallow. Gives it off to Johannesson. Running through the middle of the ground. Somehow gets a kick away towards the attacking arc. Bouncing ball inside 50 here for the Dogs. Free kick given away by Norton. Doesn't like it.
Other side.
Casbolt gives it off to Anderson. Thumping kick. One end of the square to the other. Going up, King brings it to ground level. Dogs arrive through Dale. Wins the footy. Handball away to Vandermeer.
Trying to sneak it around the body. He's able to snap it out in front of Sanders, who turns and kicks high towards half forward. Norton trying to hold his position. The spoilers came from over the back. Ballard smashing it towards the boundary. He'll have a throw in right half forward for the Western Bulldogs.
One thing we know about the Dogs is historically over the last couple of years they've had issues stopping run-ons from the other team. They can get scored against in runs of 4, 5 and 6 quite heavily, and I'll be banking on that if I'm a Gold Coast coach or player.
Darcy down to Vandermeer to Sanders. He links up with a 1-2 to Daniel, then pierces the ball nicely through the middle. It's a poor hand pass to Bontempelli, who had to gather. Hand pass to Treloar. Now off to West. And that's a little wide. In fact, so wide, out of bounds on the full, going inside 50. Free kick for the Suns, left back pocket.
I can even give you some numbers around that, Berkey. So only the West Coast Eagles, North Melbourne, Hawthorn, Essendon have conceded more 5-goal run-ons than the Bulldogs in recent years. Long kick up
no top teams.
Yeah, long kick up the line and out of play, thrown beneath us. So you're absolutely right. They can struggle to turn momentum around. They lead by 28 here. Quarter-hour mark of their second term in Ballarat. Casbolt and Darcy in the ruck. Casbolt to the front, palms it down onto it. Anderson. Throwing him out of it, Sanders. Dogs away through Bontempelli to Gallagher, to Treloar, to West. Kicking into the pocket. Back there, Collins in front of Ugle-Hagan. Ugle-Hagan goes and picks it up. Has to get rid of it. Tries to get a kick away. Umpire says play on. And now we'll get a ball up. Right forward pocket. Dogs lead by 28. Live footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard and the Hall of Famer Nathan Burke, Ben Cameron and Andrew Mays calling the action.
Dogs by 28. Rao trying to win the clearance. Got through one tackle, not the second. Got his kick away though. Johannesson onto it. Wonderful smother by Flanders. Saved a certain goal. Now off to Burrick by hand. He runs through centre half back. It's open up forward here. If Long can get onto this, he does. Has a fumble and then a hot handball to Ainsworth. Around the body. Can King get there? Not quite. Caught behind. Williams positioned himself nicely. Followed up with a slap. Further out wider. Nice work by Bramble to support. Comes back inside by hand to Daniel. Relieving 15-metre kick. Back to Williams and then back to Daniel. Off to Jones now. He misses the target by hand. Another turnover perhaps. Suns get numbers around the ball. One of them is Flanders. Oh, Bramble popped out of nowhere. Hand pass to Jones. Now into the middle. Hand pass from Daniel. Off to Johannesson and wider still to centre wing. And Waitman has it.
Having himself a day, Cody Waitman. He'll kick to a leading Ugle-Hagan. Punched away by Collins. The bearded and mulleted Collins, who is doing a good job down back. Throwing between wing and half forward. Here for the Western Bulldogs. Out by 28 points. Live footy on ABC Sport, the first of 3 games today. Richmond and Port Adelaide to come after this. GWS and the West Coast Eagles to round out round 2. Buku Khamis attacking the footy on the wing. Wrapped up, another ball up. Lots of text coming in about the yellow and red Sharon, which we'll get to at half-time, Berkey.
I was just saying, Collins is never going to be a full forward looking like that, though, is he?
No. Looks like a fullback, doesn't he?
He does, absolutely.
Hand pass from the stoppage. Walter leaps over the top. Got into his opponent's back, though, in Khamis. And a free kick it will be to the birthday boy. He's 24 today. And he'll have it from right half-back. Looking for an option. With that left foot. Ugle-Hagan from behind, although it was Darcy in front. Took the mark, looking for a hand pass option instead. Goes by foot. Bontempelli almost leading forward on that occasion. Lukosius mops up. Hand pass to Miller, to Anderson, to Flanders. This is all by hand through centre half back. Has an option out wide. Mark not taken on that occasion by Ainsworth. Just got away from him, and Baker happy enough to see it over for a boundary throwing just shy of centre wing.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, the clearances are going Gold Coast's way, 16-15, but the quality of the supposed clearances is just going Bulldogs' way. They're getting handballs, they're getting out front of the contest. You see Gold Coast, they're coming off their back foot, kicking forward. It's going 10-15 metres compared to 30-40.
Right in front of that, packed hill on the eastern wing, and a few signs which labelled the can bar out there as well. Another ball in on that side of the ground, bathed in sunshine. Beautiful day in Ballarat. 28 points, the Bulldogs lead. Gold Coast 3-1 in this second term. Casbolt takes it out of the ruck. Handball towards Miller. Out of play it goes, another throw in. 0437 774 774. The SMS line. Nathan Burke, the former MRP panel member, will give us his take on the Peter Wright bump at halftime as well. Miller wins the ball on the logo. Handball away towards Flanders. He feeds it off to Sexton, running through the logo. Driving ball for the Suns into the pocket. Khamis punches it away. Stays in play momentarily, arriving. Treloar, or Baker rather, clobbered. He was upended and out of play for a throw-in right at half forward. Here for the Gold Coast Suns, Dogs by 28.
Casbolt v Darcy in this stoppage inside attacking 50. Toss back into play. Suns looking to score here. Coming through the stoppage was long. Couldn't get to it. High clearing kick from the Dogs. And just positioning himself wonderfully well in front of Norton again was Collins. Takes a lovely intercept mark. So he'll drive the Gold Coast Suns back inside attacking 50. It's a shallow entry, and Darcy happy enough just to nudge Casbolt underneath it. Used his body nicely and takes a good defensive mark.
So the son of a gun at fullback kicks long up towards the wing. Norton in best position, launches, doesn't take the mark. Ellis in game 250 at the 4, gets a handball away. Unable to get a clean possession initially, the Suns. Then Miller back to Ellis, misses the target. Away to Swallow though, steps and kicks to full forward for the Suns. No mark down there, spills to Ellis, snaps from the pocket, kicks the goal, touched on the last line by Poulter. Great defensive effort. Ellis eyeing a goal in his milestone game not to beat. 27 points, the Dogs' advantage.
Scoring had just slowed after over the last sort of 10 minutes or so. King with the last goal almost 10 minutes ago. From the kick in, Dale takes it out wide. It's a good pass to Bramble, who takes it still inside defensive 50. He goes short to Liberatore, running down into defence to provide an option. Liberatore happy to sit on things for a moment. Goes to the outer side with his kick. Norton the target over his head, and good spoil again by Collins, who's having a pretty solid day in defence. And it's spoiled over for a boundary throw. And in between wing and half forward for the Suns. They've kicked 3-1 in this second term, down by 27 points.
Real country feel. Bulldogs at their regional home of Ballarat. Winning the tap though, Casbolt on the wing. Miller bursting away with the footy, breaks the 50, kicks inside towards full forward. Bouncing ball wide of the target, King out of play. Hit the behind post. Throw in deep in the attacking 50 for the Suns.
Good smells too, Ben.
Oh, yeah.
Smell that sausage sizzle downstairs.
Should have got the hot donuts pre-game. Casbolt knocking it down, straight to Miller, gets a handball away, out towards Ellis, tries to break a Liberatore tackle. No, sir. Says you shall not pass, and another ball up. Nathan Burke, Chad Wingard, all of the analysis, Ben Cameron, Andrew Mays, all of the play-by-play here, live footy on ABC Sport.
English reaches over the top, then goes for the clearance himself, might have been held without, an umpire wave play on. Ball spurts out to Sexton at the top of 50, hooks it back, looking for a mark at the top of the square. It'll fall into the pocket and heaved over for a boundary throw-in. Nice work by Jones. Third man into that contest, kills it, and we'll have a throw-in 10 metres around from the right behind post for the Suns. English and Casbolt again in the ruck. Casbolt won it to space. Miller was running into the space. He got taken off the footy. Now Darcy, he's wrapped up, or Liberatore rather, it was in a tackle. And Casbolt hands the ball back to the umpire. Here we go again. English, better tap that time. Dale missed Bontempelli by hand, who had to go back and retrieve. And he ran out of space next to that behind post, and we'll have another ball in. Ball stationed in this right forward pocket for the Gold Coast Suns at the moment.
Yeah, good effort by the Suns. Just if they don't get a shot at goal, just keep getting repeat entry, repeat ball ups. You'll get a free kick. Someone will get loose at some stage. Give yourself multiple opportunities to score.
Oh, Casbolt bumps English out of the way, takes it out of the ruck, kick partially smothered. Straight to Bailey Dale, clearing kick for the Dogs, hangs in the breeze, dropping the mark, unfortunately Sexton, he goes again at ground level, getting involved Johannison, he's wrapped up, and a ball up to come between wing and half forward. Here for the Suns, have been playing a front half game late in this second half. The Dogs by 27 points, last goal nearly 12 minutes ago.
Bontempelli with a clearance up towards Norton. Darcy over the top, couldn't quite complete the mark. Collins at ground level, he's tackled immediately, going nowhere. Stoppage to take place inside the centre square. Forward of centre for the Western Bulldogs. Rucks rearrange themselves, so English wins it behind to Daniel, spun in the tackle, heard the voice, it was Treloar, who I think might have just come off the interchange bench, kicks inside 50, it was a poor one. Collins spilled the mark, lovely work by Hewland, who was composed, kick towards the wing. Karmas, big win in a one-on-one. Was able to get rid of Moyle, who's a lot taller, then he centres the ball up to centre wing, mark taken by Dale.
Harold grab by Buku Karmas, Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke.
It's all working for him. He's kicked a goal on a behind and he's taken contested marks. He's having a good day.
Oh, Bailey Dale trying to chip it to Treloar out of bounds on the full. Dogs give it up. Hewland to get it back on the half-back flank here for the Suns. Dogs by 27. Having a day on his birthday, Buku Karmas. Hewland runs around, thumping kick. Up towards King, up he goes, Sport away, waiting down, Caleb Daniel cluttered into, bracketed by a couple of Suns, and a ball up to come between wing and half forward. 27 points the Dogs lead.
Straight to his feet, which was good news for Dogs fans. Wonderful clearance by Liberatore. Got the hand pass to Treloar. Wobbles a kick forward. No mark taken. Now there for the Suns. Looking inboard. Important kick this one. And he lands it on the chest of Flanders. Do they go quickly this time? Flanders looking over the top. Butterick can run into a bit of space if it sits for him. It didn't quite. He got the hand pass forward. It was a blind one though. Richards able to intercept. He sold his teammate into a bit of pressure. Baker taps it back to Richards, who tried to mop up his own mess. Kick inside is not ideal. Sits for Miller of the Suns, who just bangs it back inside attacking 50. And Karmas again. 2-on-1 on that occasion. He was able to float over the top of King. Taking a nice contested mark.
His positioning today has been outstanding. He's been playing in front for a lot of it. And as you know, played a lot as a forward last year, but he's really picked up this ability to play in the most attacking position as a defender.
Long kick out of defence, but Moyle marks. He'll send the Suns back to full forward. Looking for King down there, or Casbolt. Casbolt drops it, and it tumbles through. A minor score. So 26 points the Dogs lead, just on Karmas and these intercept marks. It has been a weakness of the Western Bulldogs, an inability to intercept in their defensive half and start rebounds, so they might have found something here.
Kick in, comes to Bramble, goes centrally now to Richards.
Did that sum up Levi Casbold's career a little bit? Did all the hard work and then just fluffed it in the goal square?
Richards takes a bounce inside defensive 50 and a second. Gets to centre half back. Now by hand to Bramble. Now out wide. It's a good pass as well to West, who had Baker running past. Ignored him. Went a little further forward to Vandermeer. Takes a strong mark in the one-on-one. Turns. Kicks immediately. Ugle-Hagen's there. Ballard got to the front. Almost rove by West, spilt it in the end. Rao clean at ground level. Hand pass was good to Fiorini, and now to Miller. Miller the chip over the top. It's English v Ainsworth. And that contest was never going the way of the Suns. English back inside attacking 50. Ugle-Hagen from behind couldn't get to the contest. Sanders clean at ground level. Has a shot towards goal. Hits the post. Just faded right at the last moment. And the Bulldogs, with only their second score of the second term after kicking 9 goals in the opening term, 10-2-62, lead the Suns 5-5-35.
Yeah, Gold Coast are just heavily getting back. They're working hard to get back and outnumber. So the reason why they're not scoring is because they've got so many more numbers inside their forward 50, and it's making it hard to find marks, but also they're relying on crumbs and miracle goals at the moment.
Oh, Powell shanks a kick up to the wing. It works, though. Bounces over the top of the head of English, and now the Suns are away. On the end of it, Rao. He'll kick from the middle of the ground in the King direction. Comes down at ground level, long crashing the pack. Richards there for the Dogs. Off to Johannesson. He'll kick them back up to the wing in the Vandermeer direction. And he's pushed out of bounds. Might have got a little shove in the back. And in front of that pack to Eastern Wing Hill. Get another throw in. Dogs by 27. Live footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke, Ben Cameron and Andrew Mace.
Benny Long, I want him to be more of a crumbing forward. There's no need to fly then. Ben King was there. He'll bring the ball to ground and then you can do your work from there. But don't fly as well because you took out your player and yourself.
Yeah, Mark Murphy told a story about Fev saying, stay out of my swamp.
Moyle wins the free kick in the ruck, gave it to Sexton, kick inside 50. Nothing doing there, and it's spoiled over for a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Suns.
Yeah, Tony Lockett used to say something similar with a couple of other words, choice words thrown in there.
27-point lead for the Western Bulldogs. Thrown back into play. Moyle looking for the hand pass. Went the kick in the end. Went straight up and down. Onto it Miller. Got the hands free. And then a big tackle by Daniel, the smallest man on the park. And he nails Walter, and it's holding the ball.
Didn't have a lot of time to get rid of that, I wouldn't have thought.
They're remiss of us not to mention we are in Plugger country.
Yes, he's a North Ballarat boy. Played on this ground as a junior. Dominated, as you would expect.
Nick Malthouse would get upset if I didn't say Malthouse country too. Kick from Liberatore out to the wing. Bouncing ball gathered there by Sexton. Loses it. Picked up by Sanders. And a free kick will come back West with it. Dogs in possession. Kick up towards half forward. Going across. Darcy brings it down to ground level. Gets it there. Gives it off to Ugle-Hagen. Tries to don't argue. Nowhere to go. Steps back, handball to Darcy. Dogs inside 50. Handball to Trelaw. Sanders, chip little kick. Gallagher marks. Not 15. Play on. Left forward pocket. Runs away. Snaps on goal and misses. Very nearly. Very, very nearly. Another behind to the Dogs. 28 points their advantage. Closing in on half-time.
Power with the kick-in duties. Short to the left-back pocket, and Fiorini has it. So the Suns probably looking to close things down here in the latter stages of this second term. Kick up the line, finds Ainsworth. It's a good one. Ainsworth looking for a short option. It's going to go long in the end. High kick, just over the wing. Big punch by King. Went straight up and down. Rao strong in the contest. Waitman was cleanest. And then tackled by Rao. Spilled at the last moment. Maybe a chance for the Suns, not quite. Fiorini coming away from that contest. Couldn't drive the ball inside 50. And the half-time siren goes. Suns able to steady in that quarter. Damien Hardwick will be a lot happier with what he saw. 10-3-63 the Western Bulldogs. 5-5-35 the Gold Coast Suns. That quarter running just over 30 minutes. Goal kickers will start with the Dogs, and it's been Cody Waitman, the story of the first half, with 5 goals. Baker the sub with 2, and singles to Karmas, Bontempelli and Norton for the Suns. 2 to King, and singles to Berry, Flanders and Swallow.
Great to have you with us on Live Footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron and Andrew Mays calling the action. Chad Wingard, a current Hawks player and dual All-Australian, and Nathan Burke, the Hall of Famer, telling us what we've seen. How did the Suns get back in it, gents?
Yeah, well, obviously Gold Coast got a lot more entries inside forward 50. They had the ball on their terms majority of their quarter, but they just weren't able to hit the scoreboard like the Bulldogs were in the first quarter. Obviously, they kicked so much straighter. They kicked 10-goal 3 to 5-5, but they've had 26 to 27 entries going Bulldogs' way. So they've only had one more entry inside forward 50, but you just see the quality in terms of it's been re-entries rather than coming from one density to no intensity. But the biggest difference from Gold Coast this quarter was that they were playing faster off turnover. So it wasn't just kicking down the line and trying to get through 4 different contests to get a goal. So they're going through one contest and obviously getting a lot better looks at it. But Bulldogs got a bit to look at. Maybe it is the scoring end. Obviously a lot of goals kicking down this end. Cody Waitman's been on fire, hasn't he?
Yeah, what's he up to? 5 now at half-time. That's not a bad effort for a full game, let alone a half. As I said, he will be eyeing double figures, absolutely. But I think the ability of Gold Coast to either slow the ball down through the middle of the ground or cause a turnover through the middle and have those repeat entries inside 50 were really important. Clearances are pretty much even, 10 to 11, so they did a far better job there of getting the ball moving in their direction. And it was to an open forward line.
Yep.
Whereas in that first quarter, I think every time it went forward, it was a fairly congested forward line. But because it was a faster, the Western Bulldogs didn't have the ability to get back and push in numbers, and they got a lot of one-out looks and kicked 4 goals primarily because of that. So I think Damien Hardwick would be happy with that. He probably, no way in a million years would expect to be in front at half-time, but certainly, was it 28 points? That's absolutely within striking distance. Get another couple of goals ahead at three-quarter time, and I think we've been for a ripping last quarter because, Benny, you gave those great stats about Western Bulldogs. They are susceptible to other teams getting a bit of a run on. They find it really difficult to stop that. Absolutely, the Giants would have mentioned, the Giants, the Gold Coast would have mentioned that in their opposition reports throughout the week, so the players would be aware of that. It'd be something in the back of their mind. But to do it, they need to keep that pressure on through the middle. And I think Took Miller out, and he had the 3 possessions in the first quarter. He had 12 in that one. And what we saw from him then, he was working in the back pocket and he was working in the forward pocket. That's how he gets all his possessions. Whereas in that first quarter, he just wasn't around the play. It was almost like, hey, I've sort of still got one foot in the Gold Coast. I haven't really landed in Ballarat yet, but I think that quarter time was okay, we're here now, we're playing footy, we're in this game, let's play the way that we want to play. And we saw a bit more of that from the Gold Coast.
Some of the texts rolling through, haven't had time to get to these until half-time. Dean in Canberra, on the Red Ball discussion, it is criminal that these days the AFL Finals has only one Red Ball game, and that's the Grand Final. Bring back Saturday Arvo prelims. So that's an interesting point there from Dean. This is anonymous. Reminder to say who you are and where you're listening. Red Ball. Yellow ball bounces differently and is harder to grip in rain or dew. The different dye makes the leather behave differently. They also prefer a 2 o'clock start. Hard to instill passion for a team into the young grandchildren when there are so many games they can't go to or watch the whole game because they finish too late. Thursdays during term time are tough on older school kids. A few other SMSs. Mike sent in this. RE red versus yellow. I managed a commercial education course in a big corporation many years back. I used several teaching technologists who all insisted we never use red on any slides or whiteboards. They advised that approximately 30% of males could not see red nearly as well as they see other primary colours. That's from Mike.
It's a bit of colour blindness in the males. Yeah. There you go.
What do you reckon, Chad? You were out of training. So during the week, if you're going to play with a yellow ball on the Saturday, do you use yellow balls at training?
Yeah, we obviously got both. It's a professional atmosphere and you've got to practice with what you use. I myself prefer the red footy. I think nothing worse is at a training session you got a brand new yellow footy that hasn't been kicked in.
Yeah.
So it's almost an NFL ball. Like you're going to catch a nice spiral. You better punt it very well, but in terms of trying to get it to kick further, I feel like it doesn't go as far. I don't know if that's just me personally, but it feels like because it's you're hitting it more on the point rather than in the belly, it doesn't go as far.
So you think they're pointier as well?
I reckon, I think so. I think they're a bit more pointier, but that's the ones that aren't kicked in.
Yeah.
I think any balls that aren't kicked in are very pointy and harder to kick. Nothing better than a footy that's about 2 weeks old. It's been kicked in a few training sessions, and better than the ones that are probably 5-6 years old, the one that I'm used to in the country footy.
Yeah, I think you're endorsing the idea that the yellow leather with the dye does behave just a little differently. Now, coming up after the news, Nathan Burke, former match review panel member, now the MRO with Michael Christian. Berkey is going to give us the lowdown on what will happen with 2 Metre Peter for that hit on Harry Cunningham. We will find out after we get the latest from the ABC newsroom. But just quickly, the Bulldogs 10-3-63 at halftime in the Rat, leading the Suns 5-5-35. So 28 points to the good. Cody Waitman with 5 goals. Time for us to pause, though, and get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Russian President Vladimir Putin claims all 4 attackers involved in a deadly assault on a concert hall near Moscow have been caught while trying to flee to Ukraine. Ukraine's denying any involvement in the attack that left 133 people dead, as the BBC's Sarah Rainsford reports.
Ukraine has been absolutely clear that it had nothing to do with the attack, and that it certainly says this idea of some kind of window on the border just doesn't stand up to scrutiny, because that entire border area is a front line. There is active fighting there, and there's a lot of Russian soldiers and security agents. And the idea that some terrorists fleeing a giant attack in Moscow would try to escape by running towards the FSB and to Russian military just sounds completely impossible.
At least 1 property has been lost in an out-of-control bushfire burning in WA's Peel region. The fire was first reported about 12:30 yesterday, affecting areas in the shires of Waroona and Murray, south of Pinjarra. The emergency warning includes southern parts of Lane Pool Reserve, areas west of Marrinup State Forest. 125 firefighters are actively fighting the blaze that's burned through almost 1,800 hectares. An evacuation centre has been set up at the Murray Aquatic and Recreation Centre. Tasmanian Liberal Senator Jonathan Duniam says the Liberal Party's strong pro-stadium stance planned for the Hobart waterfront throughout the state election campaign may have cost them votes. The election resulted in a hung parliament, with the Liberal Party winning the most seats, but they have fallen short of a majority. The Greens increased their votes, winning 3 seats in parliament and have a chance at 2 more, while the Jackie Lambie network has an almost 7% swing in votes with a chance of taking 3 seats. Mr Duniam says the AFL stadium debate likely helped the minor parties.
There were 2 very strong anti-stadium parties. They're the ones who've done well, the Greens and the Lambie network. We had a very strong pro-stadium stance, and I think people might have been a bit annoyed about that. And additionally, the Labor Party weren't very clear in their position.
The Greens say polling in the by-election for the South Australian seat of Dunstan shows their vote continues to grow at the expense of the Liberal and Labor parties. The candidate, Katie McCusker, has so far recorded a swing of nearly 9% in first preference votes. Labor has a 7.6% two-party preferred lead over the Liberals. But Greens Senator Sarah Hanson-Young says the results reflect a broader trend of voters rejecting the major parties.
With the big swing to the Greens, it seems as though Labor will be elected in Dunstan on Greens preferences. But the important thing to see out of this weekend's result is if the Greens got this swing in the federal electorate of Sturt, we could win Sturt, which would mean replacing the Peter Dutton candidate.
Police say a woman was wounded with a machete during an assault by a gang of men in her Adelaide home this morning. Anisha Pilarasetti reports.
Police have so far arrested 1 man over the attack, which happened in a house on Orlando Avenue in Hampstead Gardens. It began at around 4 a.m. when a man known to the 23-year-old victim knocked on her door and asked for money. She declined and the man left. Police say a short time later, a gang of men forced their way into her house and assaulted her. She suffered a cut to her arm from a machete before they fled. The woman was treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Soon after, police arrested a 21-year-old Christie's Beach man nearby. He was charged with serious criminal trespass and assault. The other men involved remain at large.
ABC News. Get more news out anytime by downloading the ABC Listen app.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You got a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
You'll be the captain.
all the latest country hits and emerging artists. 24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Rowell inside 50. Long had to be the spoiler. Great attack on the footy there by Berrien. He was just taken high in that contest, and he'll line up from about 45 out. Keeps it pretty low. Goal umpire doesn't move. And the first of the second term goes the way of the Suns. Lightning hands from Miller, who had a player right up his backside, was able to set up the goal. Lovely snap around the corner by Swallow, and Suns have 2 in this second term. The perfect start for them.
Dogs out of the middle through Bontempelli. That bounding run and then a long kick inside 50. Off-hands Waitman. He's going to kick his 5th from the goal line. It's all too easy for Cody Waitman.
Miller has it now, centre half forward. Kick in the middle. Oh, wonderful mark down low by King. Comes in and kicks it beautifully. Never looked like missing. It is the scoring end down that way.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Great to have you with us here on Live Footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron alongside Andrew Mays, our experts, the dual All-Australian Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke with 4 All-Australian Blazers, although I'm not sure he has the physical Blazers. I think that's only a recent addition, but maybe retrospectively Burkey can get some.
I don't want any.
Some tailored. You don't want any?
What do you do with them?
I'd wear it around the house. We're out and about.
Did you get Blazers with the All-Australians?
Chad Wingard, what he's done with his All-Australian Blazers.
I think my mum has them. I don't know. I don't keep any of this.
I think you only get one, don't you?
Oh, do you?
I think you get one and then
get
they
something
stitch
stitched on twice.
Years.
Yeah.
That's what Brett Delidio told me. I mean, I'm a long way from an All-Australian
He wears it
blazer.
at night time, doesn't he?
I'd wear it around the house with a cravat like...
Matt Preston.
No, sort of Hugh Hefner style.
Yeah, you could do that.
Pajamas.
Why not? I think I like it as an addition. The Western Bulldogs leading by 28 points in the Rat
something useful
here at Ballarat. 10-3-63 plays 5-5-35. So the news, Cody Waitman, 5 goals in the first half. And unfortunately, Nick Caulfield subbed out of the game with, I think, at least a right shoulder injury and I think a minor sublux at least, possibly a full dislocation as it stands. All right, Nathan Burke, you were once on the MRP in a former life.
Not anymore, because I didn't agree with a lot of with the rulings that they used to put out there. So when they were looking to kick people off, I think I was first.
Too disagreeable. Okay, well, Michael Christian will be sitting down today and looking at the Peter Wright incident, possibly sending it straight to the tribunal, which there's every chance he'll do that.
Yep.
What did you see in it?
I saw a guy whose absolute first intent was to come at the ball and take a mark. At the last second, he's realised that he couldn't take the mark. There was a Sydney player who was going to get there first. And then, unfortunately, he made a bad decision to actually brace himself but continue the movement into the Sydney player. So I wouldn't have it as intentional. I don't think he intended to it, but he was careless in the way that he approached that contest, because what they will say is that, so you're a professional footballer, you should be able to tell whether you're going to get there first or the other player's going to get there first, and then act accordingly. To say that, I didn't realise that I wasn't going to get there first, is not an acceptable excuse. So they'll say, mate, you should have realised at some point that you weren't going to get there first, and then acted in a different manner than what you did. And hence, I reckon he's probably on the Pal Pepper end of the scale rather than the Jimmy Webster end of the scale. So it's probably looking around about the 4, I'd say. But guarantee you they will send it straight to the tribunal, because in a case like this, they want to give the player an opportunity at least to explain what they were thinking and what they were doing. And that's what they'll do, and that's what he'll probably end up with.
Do you think there's an issue at the moment with the understanding of bracing to protect yourself when going into a contest?
Yeah, bracing, we used to talk about it a lot because it used to happen a lot. Play would sort of come out of nowhere, and bracing was more of a protection method for yourself, so you didn't just open yourself up to get run into. And we used to argue about it a lot. Michael Christian wasn't a big one for the brace. He'd say, no, that's a bump. You're electing to bump. And so the brace was my thing. It wasn't necessarily his thing, but I don't think they're going to take that into account. They're going to say, sorry, at that last second, you chose to bump. You should have realised earlier that you weren't going to get there first and chosen a different course of action.
So if he stuck his arm out to spoil and hit the ball, he would be okay?
Yes, absolutely.
But the argument for him would be that if he does that, he's in a very vulnerable position.
Yep.
And there's every chance that he ends up with a broken rib, a broken jaw if he hits his head on.
Yeah, so what they want
Cunningham.
a player to do now is understand that situation is going to happen earlier. So even as you're running into the contest, you might be thinking, you know what, I've got my eyes on the footy, but I may not get there first. I can't just run into the guy.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like Maynard last year, isn't it? As in bracing. I mean, if he didn't brace himself, then he would have opened himself up for injury as well.
So just quickly, Chad, I know you have to be careful about what you say about the MRP, but you can speak to broad strokes around how difficult it is as an AFL player to make decisions in split seconds and go, yep, I need to avoid contact here, I can brace here, this is the last second, I'm bracing to protect myself. How hard is it? How quick does the game happen?
Yeah, I agree with what you've said. I think it's knowing probably in the first 3 to 4 seconds leading up to the contest whether you think you can actually get there or not. I think that's when the decision's made. I think that's where sometimes it's probably harder when you're like, I'm a chance to get there, but I'm not. And then, like I said, you slow it down. Everything looks so easy.
Yeah.
But when you're in the mind and in the moment, it's really hard because you don't want to be caught out from the coaches. You want to do the right thing. You're trying to bring the ball to ground. You want to try and help your team win. You don't want to be thought as like a coward or someone that's not ready to, I suppose, take a body or take a hit when it's your turn to go. But it's definitely like you don't want to obviously go out there and hurt someone on purpose, but you can't live in the what ifs. I think sometimes you just got to go and you got to cop whatever comes.
So is that difficult as a player? You're thinking, look, if I don't take the body here, if I jump out of the way, albeit maybe avoiding a suspension, I might be highlighted on Monday in the meeting as you're a little frightened there and you jumped out of the way.
But you got to think, this doesn't happen every week to every single player. Like I'm saying, it might happen to maybe the talls more often than not because they're in more marking contests, right? Us smalls or the guys in the midfield, they're more about the head-high contacts because they're around the grounds and they're worrying about players diving in their heads or trying to pick a ball up. So with the talls, it's really hard because you're in a lot of those contests. But it might happen once every 4 to 5 weeks where you're, I'm not sure. But it is hard. It's hard to make those calls. But at the end of the day, you've got to make sure that you live by your standard and you live by the club rules. And like if your decision is to go, then you've made it with the right intention that you're trying to be a good footballer. You're not trying to worry about what might happen. You definitely can't have that in your mind. What might happen? I might get 4 weeks here. You're thinking, I need to do what's right for the team. I need to try and win this game.
Oh, it's a really interesting discussion. It's going to be a fascinating case, I think, as we move to the tribunal. Excuse me, some of that sandwich that I wolfed down in record time at half-time just stuck in the throat, a little bit of indigestion here at the Rat. A question for you on the SMS line, Berkey. Nathan, were you done at Moorabbin when Chisholm filmed Greg the Stop Sign? That's from Brendan from Hobart.
That's a long, long time ago. No, I think I was there at the time, but I wasn't part of it. Chisholm weren't really sort of my cup of tea, to be totally honest.
Let's turn our attention back to this game. So the Western Bulldogs, they kicked 9 goals in the opening term. The Suns responding with 3 out of 4 goals in the second. The Bulldogs leading by 28 points, 10-3-63, plays 5-5-35. What are we expecting very quickly in the second half, Chad Wingard?
Yeah, I think in the whole contest, I think whoever's going to win this midfield battle, and like I said, we'll see if the win is a factor, whether it's died down or not. Let's see if Bulldogs can still use their running gun, which they did in their first quarter.
Live footy on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. A Sunday afternoon slate, 3 games. This is the first of those coming to you from the Rat, and you're with Andrew Mays, the second half.
28 points, the margin in favour of the Dogs after they kicked 9 goals in the opening term this afternoon. Miller in strongly over the top, perhaps a little too strongly, and he's caught Liberatore high in that contest. So Libba with the free kick from behind the centre circles. Just lobs it up to centre-half forward. Darcy, the flyer at the front. Norton got it on the second grab. Hand pass out towards Treloar. High left foot kick, straight up and down. No mark taken there by Butterick, who spilt it at the last moment. Ellis has a fumble. Didn't kill the contest. Waitman snapped the goal anyway. But it's going to be a Brandon Ellis free kick. So save your celebrations, Dogs fans. He's on today. Just half a sniff there, Waitman. Snap goal, but it's coming back to the milestone man Brandon Ellis in game 250, who chips over the top to Lukosius, who's been a little quieter this afternoon. Centres things up with a nice pass. Now to Butterick. Butterick to left half back. Taken by Collins, who threads the handball, works the 1-2, and then further again to Powell. Powell kicks nicely out to left half forward. Holman by hand to the running Miller inside 50. This is lovely build up, and Long takes the mark on his chest. Not the best of angles. He's probably only 4 or 5 metres inside the boundary here. 45 out from goal.
Yeah, I reckon that's the best ball movement they've had all day from one side to the other. That's a mixture of kicking and handballing, so they were very clean the whole way. Every handball, every kick hit right where it needs to.
Looks like he's going to go the snap here from 50 out. He'll have to get plenty on it.
Jeez,
made the distance.
That was almost a Paddy Ryder snap. That's what it reminded me of.
Yeah. Made the distance into the breeze as well. It's just the one behind, and the Bulldogs can repel. The margin is 27 points.
Oh, Treloar drops the kick in. Onto it, Flanders for the Suns. Off to Ellis. Little snap around the corner. Can't find King. Treloar mops up his own mess. He'll kick into the middle of the ground. Chopped off by Powell, though. He comes up and marks in the middle of the ground for the Suns. A recent long-term contract extension. Driving ball into the pocket, looking for King. Up goes Jones and mops up at left fullback, deep in that left back pocket. Doesn't take a lot of intercept marks, Liam Jones.
No, but I'd like to see that ball from Power just get a little bit more attacking.
Kick up towards the wing. Waitman can't mark it off his chest. Ball bouncing around half forward here for the Suns. Bramble picks it up for the Dogs. Handball to Ugle-Hagan.
Ball tumbling over itself. Ugle-Hagan actually pushed off it in the end. Thought it might get to the boundary line. Strong contest from Flanders to Rao. Rao heard a voice. Missed Miller with the hand pass. Might have been taken without it. Free kick Suns. Right half forward. Dogs fans not happy.
Sold it well. He did sell that well.
Lukosius just a 7 possession so far. I reckon we can get a lift out of him if the Suns are going to win this.
Miller inside 50. English, strong mark coming across the front of that pack and showed good hands in that contest, relieving Mark left back pocket.
English holding firm down back. Wheels and kicks long up towards the wing. Massive tackle form. Punched away by Ballard for the Suns. Onto it, Waitman. 5 goals in the first half. Handball away to Gallagher. Tackle quickly. Ball up. Do it again.
Good swarming tackling by the Suns. Start their second half.
Attacking point of the square. Here for the Suns. English and Moyle. Onto it. Rao floats a kick towards full forward. King goes up. Doesn't mark. Ball comes down at ground level. Fighting after it. Karmas picks it up. So too getting involved. Casbolt. Comes out to Dale. Handball away to Richards. Tackled. Handball away to Bramble. And now Bontempelli, he'll kick them from the back pocket to the wing.
Kicks to a 2-on-1 though. It's going to be coming straight back. Powell dropping in front of Norton. Takes the mark. Risky kick inboard. Intercepted by Liberatore on the wing. Hand pass to Ugle-Hagan. Ugle-Hagan puts it out in front almost like a rugby league kick to a winger. Out in front of Norton, who's taken almost without it. Splayed on all fours, able to get it back inside to Ugle-Hagan. Snap to the top of the square. Kick had no penetration at all. Travelled about 20 metres and Ballard takes the mark. Darcy didn't come back to the mark and he'll be marched 50 metres further up the field. Charlie Ballard.
Yeah, Took saved a goal then. He just ran. He was the fastest man on the pitch. He actually chased down and put pressure on Ugle-Hagan to miss that kick initially. So that's great work from them. And that's what he needs to do. That's his bread and butter.
Rao chips it over the top to his great mate Anderson. Attacking edge of the square, nothing he likes. English creeps forward on the mark. Could have nearly been 50. Called to play on now. Kicks the Suns to fall forward. Moyle and Casbolt down there. Richards in front. Reads at best. Defensive mark for the Dogs.
That's 3 intercept marks deep by the Doggies. And Casbolt, Moyle, they've got to do a better job of bringing that ball to ground.
Richards sends his kick to the wing and English in space marks. Last goal, 11-minute mark of the second term. Dogs still by 27 points.
Vandermeer, the option, who presents on the wing, takes the mark on his chest. A lot of numbers getting forward of the ball here. He goes to left half forward. Over the top, Ugle-Hagan does nice work at ground level to regather the ball. Snaps inside attacking 50. Difficult one to take. West on all fours. Tries to farm the hand pass out. He's got a couple of players lying on him. And we'll have a ball up. 45 out from the Dogs' goal.
Yeah, speaking of the goallessness, I think a lot of it's to do with Gold Coast actually putting a lot of numbers, but they're folding back really quick, and they're trying to use those numbers to, I suppose, in waves to get back into their forward line.
Moyle, a tumbling clearance, didn't really get anywhere. Ugle-Hagan clean at ground level, hand pass over the top. Bontempelli puts it right to the top of the screen. In fact, it's gone all the way over a number of players and actually landed out of bounds on the full, overcooking that one. The captain, and we'll have a free kick for the Suns, left back pocket.
Taken by Lukosius. Whack it as long as he can. Out towards the wing. King goes up. Oh, great grab, not paid. Comes down at ground level for Liam Jones. The Suns are onto it though. Here's Anderson. Boot to ball. Long kick inside 50. Looking for Long. Getting back. Bailey Williams bundled over. Illegally. Free kick going the way of the Dogs. Part of, as Corbin Middlemass put it last week, the Bailey bunch I have down there at the Dogs.
He goes to one of them in Bailey Dale, who turns the ball over. And Powell takes an easy chest mark. Centres things up to Rowell. Rowell a hand pass inside to a nice user in Lukosius. Long penetrating kick. Dogs with the numbers though at this contest, and Jones v Long. There's only ever going to be one winner. Awkward hand pass by Jones to Dale. Hand pass out wider still to Johannesson. His kick rather was intercepted. Chance for Anderson. Hand pass inside. Fiorini squeezes the left foot kick out. Ellis takes the mark. 45 out. Almost directly in front. Chips into the pocket. Mark taken by Ainsworth. Tighter angle, but gained about 10 or 15 metres.
It's 4 intercept marks the Western Bulldogs have been able to take, and the free kick that was given prior. So there's really 5 intercept marks, but they haven't been able to launch from those, taking those marks. Normally, you get one of them across your half-back line, then off to the races, off you go. But the setup of the Suns around the middle of the ground in particular has been outstanding.
Ainsworth will kick from just inside 40 metres, guides this one through, and a nice start for the second half for the Gold Coast Suns. 8 minutes play. They have the opening goal of the second half. 10-3-63 the Western Bulldogs. The Suns 6-6-42. Margin back to 21 points. It hasn't been this tight since the 14-minute mark of the opening term. So as Berkey said at quarter time, they are just pegging this back like they need to, step by step.
Yeah, it's only 3.5 goals, and they will be kicking to the scoring end, aided with a little bit of a breeze in that last quarter. So these goals into the breeze in this third quarter, they're just vital. But I'm loving the way the Suns are setting the ball up around the middle of the ground. Their defensive efforts, getting the ball inside 50. If they're a little bit more efficient going in, get the ball to the advantage of their forwards rather than the Bulldogs defenders, they could score heavily.
And now kicked 4 of the last 5 goals in the game. Dogs get it moving forward, but Rowell tracking it back, just gets a handball out in time. Onto it, Sexton at half-back for the Suns. Handball to Powell, wrenched off it. Rowell has to apply the tackle on Liberatore. Tries to get a kick away, throws it out. Norton ends up with it. He loses it in the tackle, holding the ball. Free kick to the Suns at centre-half back.
Just hasn't looked sharp today, Aaron Norton. Even then, he just got it and lingered, allowed the player to tackle him. There was no quick thinking, get it on the boot, get a handball out. Just a step off the pace.
Hasn't been a great start to the year for Norton. Power kicks the Suns to the wing. Casbolt goes up, brings it down. Bontempelli steals it. Dogs with it on the wing. He'll kick around the wing. Lukosius folds back, takes the defensive mark on the half-back flank for the Suns. Dogs by 21.
Yeah, this man's really patrolling that half-back line now this quarter.
It's a wonderful outlet kick too. Straight back inside defensive 50 to Ballard, who might have just overcooked that one. Johannesson takes the mark, plays on. Here's a goal for Norton. Marks in the goal square and kicks it. His second of the afternoon. And the Dogs answer back. 11-3-69. To the Suns, 6-6-42, margin back to 27 points. We've played 10 minutes in this third term, live footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, those ones are killers. Obviously, a turnover in your back 50 after all that hard work to get a goal into the breeze. Obviously, might get Norton going. That little bit of a sniff. It only takes a good forward and a good tall forward at that to get one sniff, and he could launch after that.
Yeah, Charlie Ballard won that kick again. Just hung it up into the breeze, and Johannesson coming off half back line intercepted it, and away they went. But just gave up an unnecessary one there, the Suns.
Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke. All of the analysis on live footy on ABC Sports. 6 All-Australian gongs between them. Bontempelli's got a few as well. He comes out of the middle, kicks the Dogs to full forward. Norton launching out the back. Hewland there for the Suns. Handball to Powell. Tackled. Holding the ball, surely. Yes, it is. And the Dogs will have another shot on goal. Free kick going to go to Liberatore. He loves it. Rough and tumble. It's apple and tree stuff, isn't it?
He's up to 14 possessions now, Libba. So I think he's got the 9 handball receives. Obviously leading the way with 6 tackles too, the most for the Western Bulldogs.
2014 best and fairest, the Western Bulldogs. He's a heart and soul guy. He'll come in with the drop punt and steer it through a couple of minutes for the Dogs. And they steady again. They're out by 33. 12-3-75, plays 6-6-42. 12 minutes into the third. Live footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke.
Yeah, like you hit the nail on the head. He's the heart and soul of this team. When the game gets tight like that, he just lifts. You just see the tackle that he had on Matt Rao before. You just see his intent around the ball. As soon as the game he can sense gets a little bit closer or needs a moment, he always steps up. He's always the one. Obviously, you talk about Bontempelli, the cleanness of him, Adam Treloar. But when it comes to the grit and grind and when just work in, day out, it's Libba's just huge for him. And that's obviously classy. And it's from the back of hard work. He's just an absolute workhorse.
Regarding the win, I've gone straight to the guy who should know, head groundsman here at Ballarat, and he said, hey Berkey, it's a couple of goals win going to the Dogs' end this quarter. It's actually a pretty calm day for Ballarat, so can score at both ends.
All right. Sanders with the clearance. Had Darcy running through. He just fumbled at the last moment. He's then mobbed by a couple of Suns, including Miller, and we'll have another stoppage in the middle here at Eureka.
So how close do they need to be at three-quarter time, do you think?
Within 24, I reckon. You can kick 4 in the last quarter.
Anderson once, then twice, couldn't get his boot to ball. And there is Poulter. He's tackled by a couple of Suns, including Casbolt, going nowhere. Another ball up to take place.
Yeah, modern footy, 24 doesn't seem to be that far ahead like it used to.
Still a skirmish on the wing. Sanders stands up in the tackle. 0437 774 774. Keep your text coming. Let us know where and how you're listening. Out of the middle goes Dale. Kicks inside attacking 50. Sorry, Caleb Daniel rather. Bouncing ball onto it quickly. Norton. Handball out towards Waitman. Knocked away from him. He'll bounce and gather. Handball away towards Liberatore. They get to him. Shovels out a handball. Full forward here for the Dogs. Daniel getting involved again. Picking it up Hewland. Suns with it at fullback. Clearing kick. Sexton towards halfback. Mark taken by Darcy. 47 out, 30-degree angle. It's on.
Here we go.
It is on in the goal square.
Bulldogs player got bumped.
Yeah, off the ball.
Off the ball into their head. So the free kick is actually a 50-metre to Darcy.
Oh,
but,
wow. So Darcy will wheel in and whack it through. And that is a gift for Darcy and the Dogs. And all of a sudden it's ballooned to a 39-point lead. I was going to say a game high, but 41 was as big as it got. 13-3-81. Plays 6-6-42. Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke.
They're just trying to have a look at the replay here. So it was Vandermeer come through with a smother. And there was was that Sexton? Just gave him a little clip behind the ear hole. Wasn't much in it after the ball had gone. So he wasn't happy with the attempted smother of Vandermeer. Gave him one behind the ear. And 50-metre penalty to Darcy. Put him on the goal line for a goal. So what was 3.5 goals is now 5.5 goals. Very, very quickly.
So back in the middle, Dogs making their charge. Bit on in the middle between Rowell and Drelor as well, so I don't know where to look at the moment. Casbolt comes through the middle. He misses the footy with his boot. It's slapped towards English, who just had a fumble. Now a chance at the last moment for Fiorini, who pivots on the wing nicely. Turns around towards goal. Kick inside 50. Jones, one grab and the second. Takes it on the way down. Nice intercept. As Berkey mentioned, that's been a feature of this third term. Defensive 50 intercepts for the Dogs. Jones with another one. Flares it out wide by foot. Now Bramble has it and the Dogs are away.
Kicks up the wing. Not his best kick, but it will bounce back towards the Dogs and Baker. Handball to Bailey Williams. Down the eastern wing they go. Sanders zigging and zagging. Handball back infield to Baker. To Johannesson. Now a chip kick into the pocket. Ugle-Hagan goes up. Right there with him, Lukosius. Spoils it out of play. They throw in 40 around from the attacking goal for the Dogs. Just on that, only the West Coast Eagles and North Melbourne have had less intercept possessions in their defensive half than the Western Bulldogs in the last couple of years. So they have been poor at it.
Thrown back into play. Darcy pushed off it. Casbolt got his arms free, got the hand pass away, straight to Darcy though, snaps towards the top of the goal square, big punch, almost through for a behind, he hits the behind post instead. Ball up, left forward pocket for the Western Bulldogs. Another chance for them deep inside attacking 50.
It's interesting, English goes forward when Darcy comes into the ruck. He doesn't come off for a rest. I think they've got a bit of a height advantage down there on the Gold Coast defenders, so English going forward.
Dogs by 39. English to the front of the pack. Miller with a lightning handball for the Suns. West came in, got his hands free. Hand pass to Norton, who's stuck on the boundary line. To Sanders. Blind shot towards goal. Land at the top of the goal square. Darcy. Too tall, too strong. Takes it at the top of the square, and he can line up for his second in a row.
Well, that's what they want from the young fella. He kicked 5 in the VFL last week in his first game, but he's enormous in terms of height. If he runs and jumps and stretches his arms up, takes it to the highest point, well, he's either going to get a free kick for a chop of the arms or he's going to mark the ball.
208 centimetres. Sam Darcy comes in, point blank range, kicks another. 2 in a row for him, 2 for the afternoon. The Dogs kick their 14th. 14-3, 87. Plays 6-6-42. And you feel like this might be the match-winning surge from the Dogs. 45 points the margin, 18 gone. Third term, live footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, they're just peppering away now, the Western Bulldogs. They're getting some repeat entries, getting the ball from one end of the ground to the other, sort of unimpeded. The ability of Gold Coast to hold them up through the middle and have those repeat entries is just falling down. I think a lot of it comes down to the inside 50 efforts of the Gold Coast. They're not kicking the ball to the advantage of their forwards. I think there's been 5 or 6 intercept marks by the Bulldogs defenders. They're just either bombing the ball in or just not pinpointing, getting free ball through the middle.
English taking it out of the ruck, gets a clearing kick to half forward. Good mark. Vandermeer coming down with it, gave away a free kick. Not a good mark. Lukosius. Mongrel kick out towards the wing. Picked up there by Ainsworth. Suns down the eastern wing. Hicks forward of it, chopped off there by Richards. Dogs back in possession. Top 3 in the BNF last year. Ed Richards will run around and kick long. Launching! Ugle-Hagan takes the mark, wheels and goes. Kicks long. Waitman in the goal square. Hits the post. Waitman trying to take a hanger on the goalpost pad. Not to be. Ugle-Hagan, when he gets up, he really gets up. 46 points, the Dogs' advantage, a game high.
Lovely leap by Ugle-Hagan.
It's his ability to glide through the air.
Yeah.
Like he levitates up there. It's incredible.
Slow-mo. Long kick out of defence from the Suns and nicely roved off the pack there by Berry. Kick inside 50. It sits for Karmas. He's got support there though. Hand pass away and Williams off the left. That was an odd kick and it was an odd spoil too. King who was cutting across, all on his own, could have taken the chest mark and went the left-handed spoil out of bounds.
And that's when you need your teammates to tell you mark it. You've got to back him in. You can't just expect that's a turnover and that's a mark against. If you're up and about, you don't even second guess that. But when you're against you need to make sure teammates are telling you to take that.
Thrown on the wing, Moyle palming it down to the front. Sanders goes and picks it up. Has time to stop, prop and kick to half forward. In the direction of Ugelhagen. Darcy brings it down. Whistle, free kick to the Suns. Dogs by 46. What do you think Darcy can become, gents? Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard?
Oh, he's got a huge amount of talent. One thing that we don't really have in the league, and we haven't had for a long time, is a Paul Salmon full forward ruck that can do equally well. We know he can play as a forward. Can they also develop him into a good ruck as he gets a bit of strength on him? So he could be an unusual character, an unusual type of player in this league if he keeps developing.
Holman with the free kick on the wing, turns it over straight to Karmas. That was a shocking kick, and now a chance for the Bulldogs. Kick to Williams, then to Bramble inside defensive 50. Now Gallagher has it, centre half back. Lovely run provided by Bramble. Then goes the running torpedo inside 50. It lands short. Ugelhagen couldn't take the mark. Suns have numbers. Chance for Ballard on the left. Early leap by Dale. Did he take it on the way down? Yes. Dale hand pass out wide to Daniel. They want to get this going quickly, the Dogs. Kick inside. Now Darcy Lukosius edges him underneath it and takes a nice contested mark in defence. They needed that, the Suns.
He chips it up the middle. Good kick. Finds its way to Powell. So Powell inside his defensive 50. 0437 774 774. Keep your text coming. Dogs by 46. Suns at left half back. Through Ainsworth. Packed out aside bank here at Eureka Stadium in Ballarat. Sun shining, glorious day. Richmond and Port Adelaide coming up next. Suns shipping it around. Ballard goes into the middle. Butterick looks forward, out towards Berry. Berry drops a mark he should have taken. Follows up, cleans up his own work. Goes inside 50. Turnover. Jones marks in the back pocket.
Wasn't a great kick, but Ben King didn't give him a great option there either. Because Liam Jones said, I know where you're going to kick it, I'm going to get there first. That's where King should have been. I think his forward craft in this quarter has been quite ordinary.
We've got to remember, they're kicking into the wind. And so if the forwards should be in front there, you can't have the defenders in front of you when obviously your midfielders kicking into the wind. You've got to give your midfielders something to look at. They can't reach that when the wind's blowing right in your face.
Yep. Jones to Dale to Baker, and then he kicked long. Ugelhagen tried for mark at the century and didn't come off, gave away the free kick. Suns are able to come back here. Rowell has it in the middle, gives it to the running Fiorini. Was that the bootlaces of King? Just needed to hit him on the chest, wasn't able to do so. King got the hand pass out. Now out wide to Holman, snaps towards goal and gets one. Suns stay alive. Holman with his first of the afternoon. And the Gold Coast get a much-needed goal before three-quarter time. 7-6-48. Western Bulldogs 14-4-88. 140 points even, 23 played. And just leaving the door slightly ajar if they can make a run.
Yeah, big last 4 minutes here before three-quarter time. If I am the Western Bulldogs, I'm potentially saying, okay, who's my best sort of plot behind the ball type player? Maybe even if it's an English go behind the ball. Sam Darcy, you're at centre forward. You come up, play ruck, play one less in the forward line. I'm happy to go in with a 40-point lead at three-quarter time. Or you roll the dice and you try and go in 46, 52 points up. But I think 40 points will be good enough, so I'll be looking to roll English behind the footy.
Moyle wins the tap in the middle. The Dogs come away with it. Treloar, handball to Sanders. Kicks the Dogs forward, just inside 50. Ugelhagen nearly, not quite. Vandermeer picks it up, dribbles a kick forward. Onto it, Power for the Suns. Miller, look out, just got his kick away. Floats it beyond the defensive arc. Berry there for the Suns. Handball away to Fiorini, chips it into the middle. Drop mark by Anderson. Handball over the top. Rowell running, feeds Miller. Treloar chasing, just gets a handball away. Rowell comes back in to help out. Treloar picks it up, Dogs back in possession.
Poulter, blind hand pass forward Didn't hit any teammates. Coming the other way, Lukosius. His hand pass missed the target as well. Sanders on hands and knees, out to Poulter. High kick towards centre half forward. Ugelhagen and Norton out positioned here, and Ballard was able to sit underneath that and absorb the pressure. Takes a good mark. Hand pass off to Anderson. Running through centre half back. Oh! Moyle took the mark. Is that 50? Yes, it is. Yeah. Richards not in the contest at all and came a little late, so he'll get marched all the way up to centre half forward, and Moyle can have a crack.
And that's exactly what we're talking about at half-time, isn't it? That's almost the same incident, but he's obviously gone for the ball with his hand and not gone with the shot. He hasn't protected himself. But that's the same, I suppose, split-second decisions you've got to make. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's had a choice there, and he got to tuck into the shoulder and hit him, or actually put the arm out and try and spoil it. And one's 4 weeks, one's a 50-metre penalty.
Exactly right.
So Moyle spins the ball a couple of times in his hands. Crucial kick this for the Suns. 45 out directly in front. Lays into it. Kicks it beautifully. And a wonderful celebration for Moyle. His first goal in footy, and they come from everywhere. A nice little lift for the Suns. Heading into three-quarter time. 8-6-54, plays 14-4-88. Door still ajar.
Yeah, well done by the Suns. If they can pinch another one here, well, then it's definitely game on in that last quarter. So you take them any way you can, and 50-metre penalty. Luke Beveridge is the last thing he would have wanted. He would have been thinking, if they're going to kick a goal, we need to make sure they absolutely earn it. But that was just a freebie.
Well, they've made a move here. They've got Libert back in the centre bounce. So obviously, this is a very important centre bounce clearance here. And they've got their best players, Bontempelli, Adam Treloar, and Libert into the centre bounce to try and get this forward for them.
Against Rowell, Anderson and Miller. So the best on the best.
Here we go, back in the middle. Winning the tap down, Moyle Miller. Holding free kick. It'll go the way of the Suns. He was brought down at 50.
Another 50.
Oh, no. Oh, not 50. Rowell with the free kick. Feeds Miller. Can look inside 50. Has a man running at the footy. Walter. Can't quite get there. Richards knocks it down. Goes out after it. Getting there quickly. Onto it, Walter again. He slips over under pressure. Free kick. Taken high. Suns footy. Ellis slinking around the back. He ignores that. Big Jed Walter. Kick 3. Steps the man on the mark, Richards. Gets past him. Kicks, slews off the side of the boot. It'll work. It'll work for Holman. It went at right angles to what he wanted. And Holman marks 30 out, as good as directly in front. A massive moment in the game.
Well, you make your own luck. He tried to run around Richards. Richards isn't a slow player, so it's a big call. But what tends to happen is you play on like that, the defenders almost freeze. They don't know what's going to happen, so they stand still. So you're more likely going to get something, a bit of an accident like this.
Got one in the quarter already. The Suns need him to deliver. Holman comes in and does just that. The Gold Coast Suns are right back in this. 28 points and they'll come home with the win. 14-4-88 the Dogs. The Suns 9-6-60. Nathan Burke and Chad Wingard with us. Live footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you're pretty much spot on with the 24 points you were hoping to get to. So, and we've still got a minute to go. So this is obviously, again, a very important centre bounce. Difference between a goal here is massive, right?
Absolutely. Like a minute ago we were saying go in at 40 points up. 28 points and 40 points. It seems a long, long way apart. And they get another one here. Well, then absolutely game on. And there's still a minute and 5 to go, so plenty of time.
3 goals in the last 5 minutes, and the Suns are right back into this one. Liberatore and Rao going at each other again. They've been at it all afternoon. Perfect bounce in the middle. Miller will win the clearance. Hand pass just over the head of Rao, who keeps his feet. Just couldn't quite keep the footy in front of him. Strong contest by Anderson. He tries to hand pass. Did he get it cleanly? Umpire says play on. Liberatore fishes it out of there. Gets to his feet. Long kick towards 50. Norton caught behind. Mark dropped in the end there by Butterick, and now a chance at ground level for Norton, who slams it onto the right boot. Late chance here for the Dogs. Tap to the advantage of Butterick. That was smart play by Ballard. Butterick to space. This might be coming right back. Getting over there quickly is Johannesson. Might have taken the boundary line. In fact, he gave it to his teammate over there, who was carried over in Baker. They'll have a ball in 70 around from the Bulldogs' goal. Dying stages of this third term.
Great to have you with us. Live footy on ABC Sport. Umpire flings it in. Trying to get after it, Moyle. Off his chest, it bounces down to Rowland. Another ball up.
Suns have got three loose players in their back line to make sure this stays at 28 points.
Not long left in the quarter. Miller somehow gets rid of it. Throw. He got rid of it illegally. Free kick to Waitman. Kicked 4 goals in the opening term, 5 in the first half. Long ball inside 50 for the Dogs. Launching Ugle-Hagan nearly. Spills down towards Norton. Hewlin gets it out of there. And 3/4 time, a bit of push and shove as well. A bit of feeling in it. The Dogs and the Suns. First of 3 games on a Sunday slate. Live footy on ABC Sport. The goal kickers. For the Dogs, 5 for Waitman. Then 2 the way of Darcy, Baker, Norton. Singles to Bontempelli, Liberatore and Karmas. That makes up the 14 for the Dogs. For the Suns, multiple goal kickers. Ben King and Nick Holman with a couple. Singles to Flanders, Ainsworth, Berry, Swallow and Ned Moyle. His first goal in AFL footy. So at 3/4 time, the Bulldogs lead by 28 points. The Suns will come home with the win. 14-4-88 plays 9-6-60. Coming up, the analysis of Chad Wingard and Nathan Burke. This is Live Footy on ABC Sport.
For all those yearnings for truly outstanding entertainment,
I have an idea of what might cheer you up.
You'll find a trove of Academy Award winning and nominated films on ABC iView.
Let's play.
Like Imitation Game,
It's beautiful.
American Sniper, Her, and Spotlight.
There's a story here, and I think it's an important story.
Brooklyn, Carol, and so many more.
Bon appetit.
Always free, always outstanding on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Tackled, holding the ball, surely. Yes, it is. And the Dogs will have another shot on goal. Free kick going to go to Liberatore. They'll come in with the drop punt and steer it through a couple of minutes for the Dogs.
King got the hand pass out. Now out wide to Holman. Snaps towards goal and gets one. Suns stay alive. Anderson running through centre half back. Oh, Moyle took the mark. Is that 50? Yes, it is. Yeah. Richard's not in the contest at all. Came a little late. 45 out directly in front. Lays into it. Kicks it beautifully.
Big Jed Walter. Kick 3. Steps the man on the mark, Richards. Gets past him. Kicks, slews off the side of the boot. It'll work. It'll work for Holman. The Suns need him to deliver. Holman comes in and does just that. The Gold Coast Suns are right back in this.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
So it's a 28-point game. The Western Bulldogs leading the Gold Coast Suns, who will come home with the win, though, here at Ballarat. It's not a big breeze, but there's something there. Great to have you with us. Live footy on ABC Sport. First of 3 games ongoing on this Sunday. Coming up next, we've got Richmond and Port Adelaide and Corbin Middlemass in position.
Thanks, Ben. I think it's the biggest event in Melbourne this afternoon. A couple of the players out there on their formation lap at the moment, conducting their preliminary warm-up. It's fair to say that the Power will start in front on the grid. They're 1-0 in the new season, while Richmond are 0-2. The new-look Tigers looking to get their first victory under Adam Uze and see if they can follow some team orders this afternoon. There is no late change, but both teams copped a bit of a red flag during the week at training. Jacob Hopper and Nathan Broad both out of the selected team on Thursday, and Jason Horne-Francis won't be there for Port. Down in the Tigers garage, they just did a little hucker for McKelty Lafau, who's the New Zealander who's going to make his debut as the reserve driver for the Tigers this afternoon, while for Port Adelaide, Dylan Williams is going to start as their sub. It's lights out at 4 p.m, Ben, and away we go at the MCG when all of that rolls around. Our next stop, Port Adelaide and Richmond, right here from the MCG.
It was a little too much, Corby. I
counted 13.
Like it.
13, Corby. F1 references.
No, we love it. Corbin Middlemass coming up with the team next. Port Adelaide and Richmond. Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke. 6 All-Australians between them, telling us what's happening here in Ballarat. The Bulldogs by 28.
Yeah, it's been a game of momentum. Obviously, that third quarter looked like Bulldogs were all over them and the game was over. We were thinking, how can they possibly get back into it? We're hoping they'd get within 24 points. Obviously, within 28 now with the breeze behind their back. We think they can make a run of it, but it's going to be very vital the first 10 minutes. And we'll see how Bulldogs respond after just kicking, I think was it 4 straight or 3 straight in that last about 5-10 minutes. So it's going to be an interesting start to this quarter to see how much the wind plays a factor and how aggressive Gold Coast comes with the attack.
Yeah, 14 all inside 50s that quarter, so you can get it either end. The clearances were won 11-4 by the Bulldogs. Actually, I think Treloar's probably underrated in there at the moment. He's got 22 possessions, the most for the Bulldogs. He's got 8 tackles, which is what I really like about his game today. But getting your hands on the ball at the clearances and field position, you can lock the ball in the forward line. It's a fairly big ground, this one, so you don't want to be taking the ball from one end of the ground to the other. So if you can win the stoppages, win field position, get those repeat entries into an open forward line, that's what we've seen. Any side who can get the ball to an open forward line has been able to score quite heavily. When it gets congested, it's really, really tough. Just for the Gold Coast Suns, I think Ben Long was subbed out during that quarter, with Atkins coming in. I'm not sure, I don't think that's an injury. It's more likely just a tactical sub with Ben Long out of the game. But, 28 points, that can be eclipsed pretty quickly, as we've seen already this season. So, game on.
Not insurmountable, is it? Just a quick one. Jack McRae in the VFL today. 47 disposals, 17 clearances, 8 inside 50s. Surely he comes back in next week.
Yeah, how many tackles?
That's not important, Berkey. It's all about getting the ball.
4.
If you got the ball 47 times, you can't really tackle anyone else, can you?
No one else had it. Starting the fourth term, 28 points to the good, the Dogs. They get the clearance through Liberatore. Bouncing ball inside 50. Darcy loses it. English follows up. Handball to Caleb Daniel. He gets worried out of it. Might have been illegally dealt with. Atkins there to mop up for the Suns and gives it away towards Flanders. Kick up to the wing. Bramble marks. Dogs back in possession on the wing.
Used his body nicely. Centres things up to Bontempelli inside the centre square now. Piercing ball inside, attacking 50. What a kick. Straight onto the chest of Norton, who didn't have to break stride. Beautifully into space. And he'll line up for the first of this final term.
Isn't that the difference between the very best of the competition? Obviously, he sees the space in front of Norton. He doesn't wait for the lead. He actually kicked that before Norton even saw space himself. So, as a forward, you just love to see that. That's bread and butter for Bontempelli, though. He's an absolute star of the game.
And compared to Fiorini's coming out of the back line, just misses his target, and it goes straight back in.
So, Aaron Norton has had a relatively quiet day. This for his third. And he misses across the face for one behind. So, the first score of the final term is a point. 29 points the margin in favour of the Dogs.
On the kick in, Atkins the sub into the game for the Suns. High ball up towards the wing. Launching out at King, unable to take the mark. Bontempelli goes and picks it up. Loses it under pressure. Rao goes in. He's tackled quickly. Nowhere to go. Umpire coming in. Hayden Gavin says, let me ball it up. 29 points the Dogs lead. Can the Suns get going late? Straight down to Rao from Casbolt. Gets it out to Ainsworth. High kick to half forward, looking for a marker. Karmas. Gee, he's been good down back today. On his birthday, takes a defensive mark. That kicks back to Bramble at fullback.
Short kick. Oh, almost didn't make it to Daniel. Oh, lovely piercing kick if it sits. It does. It's okay for Johannesson, who takes a bounce streaming through the wing. Inside 50. West went with the one hand. Could have been front on contact. Umpire wave play on. At ground level now, bit of a fight on their hands. Bjorn gets a short hand pass. It's okay. Kick over the top from Flanders to Fiorini, who takes the mark on his chest. Short hand pass to Atkins, who kicks into the man on the mark. Fiorini forced to just kick towards the wing. Awkward bounce there for Treloar. Big collision, and it looks like Richards might be in a fair bit of bother here. It was sort of an attempted spoil as the ball sat up, but I think it might actually be his shoulder as he's lying on the ground there.
Yeah, it's Swallow just came through. The ball bounced high, so he put his arms up to actually reach for the ball, but might have got Richards either in the shoulder or in the head on the way past.
So he is getting the free kick here, Richards, but he's got 3 trainers around him at the moment. He's not back to his feet as of yet. He didn't look too good in that initial collision, so just watching it on the replay now, almost like a spoiling attempt with his left hand, so he's going basically with both hands to spoil the ball and his right hand's collected. Richards on that occasion, Swallow. Richards gets to his feet. He's a little dazed. He's got a couple of trainers assisting him. He'll walk to the boundary line and get assessed. We'll have an update for you as soon as we can on Richards. Treloar with the free kick. He's on centre wing. King stands the mark, as you'd imagine. Just about every player in front of him now after the stop in play. Treloar with the ball finally. Can set up for the Dogs. Johannesson points long. That's exactly where he goes. Where are the flyers? Norton was one, got hands to it. Fiorini at ground level for the Suns. Hand pass into traffic. Now an awkward kick by Gallagher. I reckon he was actually trying to go more towards goal with that one. It's come off the side of his boot and Poulter's taken the mark on his chest. 30 out directly in front.
Yeah, and you can see Brendan Ellis calling for his forwards to come down to help out. Obviously, he's gone down the goal line expecting to be the last line of defence, and he's asking his half forward to come down because that's his man actually coming off and marking that. But he needs someone else to come down so he can actually help out the defenders. So you can see him getting very frustrated with his half forward there.
Norton missed from a similar position moments ago. Now a chance for Poulter, and it's just about the same kick. Away for one behind. A couple of golden chances going begging for the Dogs early in this final term. 14-6-90. Plays 9-6-60. 5 straight goals the margin. 4.5 minutes played last quarter.
Atkins with the kick in. Sends it towards Ellis. He's carried out. Throw in left half forward. Here for the Dogs. They lead it by 30 points. 5 goals neat. Elsewhere, Max Verstappen out of the Australian Grand Prix.
Wow.
Brake failure on lap 4. Ends a 9-race winning streak for Max. So someone else will get a go, finally. From the throw-in, another ball up. Oh no, free kick picked out. Going the way of Matty Rao. Trying to get his hands dirty and get the Suns back into it. 5 minutes into the 4th. Need to get moving soon. Goes short to Flanders. Flanders will come back infield to Lukosius inside the defensive arc. Live footy on ABC Sport. First of 3 games today, you'll get the lot. Lukosius flaring a kick out wide, misses the target out of bounds, it tumbles. Throw in right half forward for the Dogs.
Yeah, it was just a bit indecisive there. Only took 2 steps and tried to change his kick. But the Bulldogs defenders just did enough to make him indecisive.
Atkins having a bit of a word to Lukosius after that. Kick missed its target. Ball will be tossed in, 60 around from the Bulldogs' goal. Casbolt with the tap. Ricochets back to him. He kicks it off the ground, up into the air. Dale bounces over his head. Coming through was Sexton. Might have been taken without. Umpire said play on. Anderson. Now to Sexton. Hand pass into the middle. Ainsworth, or Flanders it was rather, heard the voice. It was Holman. Tried to spin out of a tackle. Flanders followed up, but Liberatore followed him. Was it leg? Yes. Now Flanders with the free kick, and we've got another injury here. This time, I think it might be Vandermeer.
Looks like it's his knee.
Oh dear, he's in a fair bit of pain too, so umpire holding things up, just getting to his feet, head going back in a fair bit of pain there. He's favouring that right knee, so hopefully he's okay as he trots off. So the Bulldogs copying a couple of injuries early in this final term. Baker runs onto the field for him, the sub who's been busy. He was on very early after the injury of Nick Caulfield. Now Butterick with the footy. Left half forward, kicks inside 50. It's all Bulldogs back there. An easy mark taken by English on his chest, right back pocket.
English stabbing it short to Johannesson. In the right back pocket.
Intercept marks of 25-15 in favour of the Bulldogs today.
Yeah, in an area of the game they haven't been good at. Dogs by 30 points. Suns need to move soon. Kick up to Ugle-Hagan. Strong grab overhead. That's why everyone in the comp wants his signature. There was a suggestion during the week that he'll stay at the Dogs. Reported by Channel 9 journo Tom Morris. Waits the kick and the mark taken here by Oscar Baker, the sub. He was on early after Nick Caulfield injured his shoulder. 8 minutes played, fourth term, Dogs by 30.
Baker was going to run inboard and then spotted something in the last moment. It was Liberatore just drifting into the shade of the stand here in a bit of space. His short pass to Sanders, who's 55 from goal on the boundary. Motioning towards his forwards to come into the hole. Newell Hagan saw the hole, but it was quickly filled, so he goes longer instead. Norton over the top, couldn't take the mark at ground level. Bums out the hand pass, Bontempelli gets around one, not the second. Waitman does though. Snaps the left foot goal, he's got 6. And maybe that is the icing on the cake for the Western Bulldogs, although we'll have to go upstairs first.
Not sure that was touched off the boot.
He seems pretty confident, Cody Waitman. They'll obviously set up for a behind, but no, that's missed the hands of the attempted smother by about 40 centimetres. So that's a pretty easy one for the Arc, and that will come back a goal. Waitman's 6th of the afternoon. Confirmation, and it's a 6-goal lead for the Western Bulldogs. 15-6 plays 9-6, approaching the 10-minute mark of this final term.
Well, Cody Waitman, 6 goals. He hasn't a lot of the ball. I was just checking here, and he only had 2 possessions in that second quarter, 1 in the third and 1 in the last. So he's making the most of every possession that he gets. But 6, at the end of the day, it's a mighty fine effort.
Equals his career high. Did that last year against North Melbourne. Cody Waitman having a day out in Ballarat. First of 3 games today. Richmond, Port coming up. And GWS and West Coast to round out round 2 of the AFL season. Feels like round 3. It's the 3rd week. Liberatore in the middle, fighting after it. Fighting tooth and nail. Gets it to Bontempelli. Off to English. Short kick for Ugle-Hagan. Juggles it, drops it. Miller onto it for the Suns. Bontempelli knocks it down. West gathers. Quick kick into the pocket. Norton leading out there. Bouncing ball. Collins will see it out. And we'll get a throw in left forward pocket. Here for the Dogs. It's all the Western Bulldogs in this final term. They lead by 36. 0437 774 774 the SMS line number. Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke, Ben Cameron, Andrew Mays.
Thrown back into play. Miller tried to get boot the ball, couldn't do so. He's then wrapped up pretty quickly. Ball still bobbling around. Bontempelli thought about getting it out. He couldn't do so. And we'll have a ball up, 40 from goal.
Just Libba and Rowell, their tenacity around the stoppage has just been phenomenal.
Yeah, it's been great to watch. Bontempelli reads it off the pack, snap towards goal. A signature moment for the Bonds in his 100th game as skipper.
And that's just pure class. That's out of the stoppage. In between a lot of the mess. For the Libbers, you talk about Libby putting his head in the hole, getting it to outsides of these ball users. Like that doesn't happen unless you've got the guys that are willing to do the work to put Bontempelli in a position. Obviously, that's an unbelievable finish on his left without even looking at the goals. Obviously, a huge goal for Bulldogs. Getting a bit of momentum now. And like I was just about to say, they're happy with the ball staying in their forward 50. Stoppage after stoppage. That's a win. It's chewing down the clock. And it's allowed for their defenders to set up, not giving them a chance to score. So, captain's goal. 100 games. Unbelievable.
Good news for Dogs fans too. Vandermeer back onto the park. Doesn't exactly look to be striding convincingly, but he wanders inside attacking 50.
Where have you got him, Berkey and Chad, in terms of best Western Bulldogs players of all time, the Bond?
Well, I grew up barracking for Richmond. Paid no attention whatsoever to the Western Bulldogs, but yeah, boy, they had some good ones. You know, I go back to Dougie Hawkins and obviously Teddy Whitten was before my time, and Charlie Sutton. There's some big names.
Swallow kicking inside 50. Walters gone down back for this. Up forward for the Suns. Carries it out. Throw in right forward pocket.
Scotty West, one of our 7 best and fairest, and Brad Johnson played 380 games. So there's some talent there.
I think it's going to come down to when he retires. I think that's when we're going to be able to say. At the moment, he's on track.
Forward 50 stoppage here for the Suns. The Dogs steal it. There is Bont again, kicking up to the wing. Turnover. Mark taken by Collins. Jenny on the SMS line says Cody Waitman contender for keys to the city here in Ballarat, the regional home of the Dogs.
Long kick inside 50. Rising high was King. Second grab, yes, paid. Attacked the footy nicely. Drew the attention, but was strong enough to get it on the way down. He'll line up for another this afternoon. Already has a couple to his name.
He could end up with 3 if he kicks this, but he's only had the 6 possessions. I want to see him actually have more influence around the ground as well and pushing up through the wing at times.
He'll kick from just inside 40, 45-degree angle to the right. And he misses to the near side, one behind. 9-7-61 the Suns, 16-6-102 the Dogs, 13 played, fourth quarter.
7 possessions, 4 marks, and 2 goals for Benny King. It's not enough for a talented player of his capabilities.
So Hannison runs to the pocket, kicks a low ball to the wing, off hands Bontempelli getting involved. Oh, to feed out a handball to Darcy. Knocks it on to Sanders. Works his way back through traffic away to West. He sets up a kick to the wing. Ugle-Hagan. That slow motion jump into the air again takes the mark. Wide out on this western wing. Dogs by 41 points. Ugle-Hagan kicks to half forward, looking for Darcy. One hand goes up, can't mark. Comes down to Treloar, going through Liberatore. Tackled quickly. Little Libber. And a ball up. Half forward flank here for the Western Bulldogs. Chad Wingard, Ben Cameron, Nathan Burke and Andrew Mays calling all of the action.
Moyle wins it down only as far as Miller. He's tackled though and spills it. Treloar to Poulter, now to Bramble, all by hand. Bramble with a kick inside 50. Norton shoved a few out in front of him and almost fell into his hands. Powell, gee, that's a shocking hand pass. Completely missed his target in Butterick and almost over his head out in the first row.
Do that a little bit too often. The skills of the Suns are just not quite there like the Western Bulldogs have been today. We know the Bulldogs can be a skillful team when you give them time and space, but there's just been a real difference in that today.
Throw in right forward pocket, push to the front of the pack. Look who was lurking, Waitman, he's sniffing another one.
Just the ability to, around the ground, to put the ball to the advantage of your teammate. The Bulldogs, even down here, Riley West, put it to the advantage of Ugle-Hagan and is able to mark the footy, whereas the Suns don't tend to do that.
Can Cody Waitman get to a career-high 7? He'll be lurking here. West roving the pack, loses it in the tackle. Ball eventually squirts out the side. Waitman goes in. Another ball up to come.
Yeah, you talk about the ability to go inside to out. I think obviously you got the players in a good mix. Obviously you talk about McRae not being there, but Liberatore having Adam Treloar and Bontempelli on the outside of stoppages to be able to use those hands and to get the ball into the good ball users. So you think about the Matt Rouse and their first possession quick kicks. They don't get the quality that the Bulldogs do in their clearances.
Moyle wins the tap at full forward here for the Dogs. Bontempelli, clean pick up, has it knocked out of his hands. Holding the ball. Powell able to stop him. So free kick by Powell, sends it out towards the wing, and then Butterick kicking around the wing, it tumbles out. Throw in coming up just forward of the wing.
Even that kick there by Butterick. His teammate was out. He should have been able to hit him, but misses him. Now it goes out of play. Bulldogs can set up their defence, get their good ball winners around the footy. Just missing too many of those type of targets.
It was almost on cue that to further ammo your point, Berkey. From the restart, tossed in, and no one's going anywhere with that as Poulter is mobbed by a couple of Suns. Tossed up this time, Moyle and Darcy. Darcy grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Bontempelli forces a kick forward, but Ballard takes a nice defensive mark stationed in front of English. Hand pass quickly to Miller. Miller into the middle, and he's turned it over. Dale spilt the mark at the last moment. Good enough to recover, though. Hand pass over the top in front of Sanders, and he just gets it in the end to Poulter, who cuts back inside on his left boot off the instep. Didn't really give Ugle-Hagan a chance, who shoved his opponent out of the way anyway. And got him over the shoulder as well. So free kick to Butterick. He'll take it inside defensive 50 for the Suns. Margin 41 points, 17 and a half played, final term on ABC Sport.
Got a text here. It says, don't forget Chris Grant, 97 AFL best and fairest.
Well, no, that was Robert Harvey.
Yeah, maybe not. 97.
Jeez, you got everything in your brain. No, you just that was like off the top of your head, just bang, straight away.
Yep. Thought maybe it should have been another
Wikipedia up there.
Saint, did you think, Berkey? Suns working it down the wing. Eastern side of the ground. Ferrini, lazy kick. It goes inside 50. Lukosius can't gather. Bramble can. Handball back to Karmas. He'll kick off a step. Up towards the wing. Off hands, out the back. Mark taken, or gathered in the end there by West, who kicks into the middle, and Caleb Daniel in the lid, able to take it.
There's not a lot of run in front of him. There's about 6 or 7 Bulldogs, hands on hips, just walking beside him. So he's forced to go backwards here, Daniel.
Grant was rubbed out, wasn't he?
Yes.
So, yeah. Polled the most votes, but rubbed out, unfortunately.
So didn't fall under the fairest category, unfortunately, for Chris Grant. Driven down the line by the Dogs. Now a chance for Vandermeer, who rode one tackle. It might have slipped over his shoulder. It did. So he'll receive the free kick just forward of centre wing for the Western Bulldogs. We're very happy just to slow things down now. Cuts inside to Williams. Williams on centre wing. Williams across to centre half back.
Blue on the wing over there.
And a short to Jones. And Jones now to West. West able to get round one. Hand pass to Sanders. Back to West, to centre half forward. Low piercing ball. Ugelhagen takes the mark. And the Hill enjoyed maybe the brawl more than that passage of play, even though it's ended up in the hands of Ugelhagen. So 4 or 5 players involved there. There was Holman and Vandermeer, who's been in a few of those scuffles today. Sexton. And
Libba went over just for fun.
Of course, Libba walks away from the scene of the crime. So Ugelhagen with the ball in his hands. He'll have to kick from just beyond 50. 45-degree angle to the right. And he slices it. It'll land 10 metres out from goal. No mark taken. Norton snaps on his right, hit the wrong side of the footy, goes straight up and down, punched away from the area. Daniel Rove's best, he's dragged off it. Would have been a certain goal. Now Flanders, he snaps defensively just to clear the area. Lands in the lap of Williams, who flares it wide, and Baker will line up for his third of the afternoon. 45 out in the left forward pocket.
Ed Richards hasn't come back on after that knock in the start of this quarter, so they'll obviously be without Caulfield next week, and Richards, you'd think he'd be very doubtful.
I think they've got West Coast next week, the Dogs, at home as well, so no travel. So in comes Baker. Started the day as a sub, was entered into the action very early, kicked 2 goals in the opening term. He'll kick from 49, gets under it a little, but it straightens enough, and he likes it. And celebrates with the Hill. He's third of the afternoon. And the Bulldogs are going to record a very comfortable victory, pulling away in this final quarter. 3 goals to none. 17-6. 108 to 9-7-61. 21 played.
That was just a case of setting up really well behind the footy and putting pressure on where the ball is. All the Gold Coast could do, they couldn't link up. They're too tired, so they just throw it on the boot, but lovely set up behind the footy from the Western Bulldogs. It's a case of one team who's very well developed in terms of how they want to play the game over the other one, I think.
Yeah, and it had multiple attempts. Obviously, they had about 3 shots on goal there. Obviously, with the pressure from Gold Coast, they couldn't get it off. But then, obviously, when you get that pressure, it builds and builds and builds. And then eventually you get a shot, a set shot, puts it through. So it's just that build-up pressure that they're putting on them.
3 goals to zip in this 4th term. Getting more texts about the best ever Bulldog. Riley West, the son of someone who's in the conversation, wins it on the wing. Handball away to Bailey Dale. Kicks laterally to Baker, the goal kicker. 3 of them today. Has it at left half back. What about Gary Dempsey? Says Jim from Ballarat. Chips it back to Johannesen, who goes back to Baker. Half back flank for the Dogs. Peter's got an interesting one on the SMS as well. Dogs by 47. Baker down the line. Massive fly coming in from the side. Moyle goes down, stays down initially. Waitman wins the footy. Handball to Ugelhagen. Half forward flank for the Dogs. Pulls his kick. Bouncing ball. Getting back Butterick. Mops up at fullback for the Suns. Kicks across the body and overshoots the target. It tumbles out of play, and they've been sloppy all day, the Suns, haven't they? Chad Wingard, Nathan Burke.
Yeah, I think Butterick, I'm just looking at his disposal efficiency at the moment. He has a fair bit of footy, 17%, but he's only going at 59% disposal efficiency, and especially coming off the half-back line. As we know how important it is these days to maintain possession coming off there, and it's just not good enough.
From the clearance, Miller gets his hands free out wide to Anderson, who just kicks a ball almost end over end forward, and Lukosius takes the mark. He's been swung forward in this last quarter, and he'll line up from just beyond 50.
Yeah, and speaking about efficiency, obviously Bulldogs going at a 76 clip efficiency, and obviously Gold Coast going at 67. But the other thing we're speaking about is the shot at goal. So 50% from the Bulldogs and 34% from Gold Coast. That's a huge factor, obviously, when you've got to put a winning score on the board.
Kicks from 60, distance not a problem. Goes through, three-quarter post high. He's hit that as purely as you could. He's a lovely kick of the footy when he gets it right, Jack Lukosius. And that's his first of the afternoon. The 10th for the Suns. 10-7-67. The Dogs, 17-6, 108. 24 minutes played in the final term.
It took me 2 kicks to get from there.
Don't go that far on holiday, Berkey. Peter says, how come you blokes and the rest of the media use the term shot on goal? Why don't you say the more sensible expression, shot at goal? Another Americanism creeping into our lexicon.
I agree,
Otherwise,
Peter.
great call.
You won't hear me say it, Peter. It's only these
youngins.
I was going to say wanky blokes next to me.
I've got a theory on it. So I think the younger generation, my parents and so on, they were more influenced by Britain. The younger generation, very influenced by the USA, and that's why we get the
lingo.
Shot at goal rather than shot on goal.
I'm of your parents' generation, Benny. Just. Shot at goal, shot for goal.
Is it up forward or down forward? It's up forward and down back, surely.
Yeah, down back.
Yeah.
Reversal.
Free kick in the middle.
Holman bowled over Riley West, I think, so they're reversing it.
So Liberatore gets the free kick from Rowell in the end. Waits the kick beautifully. Darcy runs onto it. He marks on the edge of attacking 50. And here's a thumping kick. Wants to go short. Vandermeer gleefully accepts it. 47 out. 45-degree angle.
That was 2v about 12 players. So 2 Bulldogs players in the forward 50 versus about 12 Gold Coast players, and they still somehow find a mark.
Yeah, they're just sort of running back covering grass now, and I think fatigue tends to make you do that. You just take the easy option.
So Leif Vandermeer was a little unwell earlier in this term. Back out there. Kick will have to be from outside 50. A driving low ball starts left. Can't bring it back. Knocked through. Minor score. Dogs lead by 42. A 7-goal advantage. And a win coming up that the Dogs will be hoping starts their season off.
So Powell with the kick-in duties. Hangs on the edge of the square and then runs into the back pocket. Goes as long as he can. Drives it up almost towards the wing. It got out the back and onto the chest of Jones for the Dogs, who takes the intercept mark. He can pump this one back inside attacking 50 if he wants. Looking for an option.
It's mark number 9 for Jones, and most of them have come from the Gold Coast players' boots.
Norton forced to spoil from behind, and now a chance for Treloar, who became the tackler. Suns have numbers. Rowell to Miller. Good outlet kick too. It'll bounce in front of Ainsworth. Left half forward. Still 60 from goal. He'll be forced to go onto his left. He is. Puts it to the top of the square. It was a smart kick, but getting numbers back again, the Dogs. Karmas and Jones have been outstanding back there today. Jones takes the mark on that occasion. Goes short across his defensive goal square to Johannesson, who takes the mark, and he dabs a little one into the back pocket. Mark taken by Williams.
Really good team defending by Karmas and Jones then. So Karmas took the front position in front of Ben King, so Ben couldn't lean forward, and that meant the kick had to go over his head where Jones was lurking behind and took the mark. So those two working really well together.
Maybe solved the problem for the Dogs. It'll come back here. Butterick, long kick inside 50. Walter launching, brings it down to the front, overrunning it there. Miller, Daniel to pick it up for the Dogs. Handball to Bont. Handball to Johannesson. Short kick, Dale. Marks just beyond the defensive arc. On the half-back flank. Dogs by 42. Out in Ballarat. Richmond and Port Adelaide to follow. Super Sunday of live footy on ABC Sport. Caleb Daniel in the lid. Kicks wide out to the boundary line. Butterick drops it right in front of that packed bank on the eastern side of the ground. Great to have you with us. 42 points the advantage. Not long left in it. The Bulldogs and the Gold Coast Suns, the first of 3 games on this Sunday.
Thrown back into play. Moyle palms it over the top. Sanders first to get there, though, for the Dogs. Kicks on his left and hit the wrong side of the footy. Out of bounds on the full. That kick travelled about 5 metres.
Couple tired legs out there, you can see that.
So Rao with the free kick. Drives it inside 50. Jones up again for the Dogs. Couldn't complete the mark on this occasion. Sanders drifting back inside defensive 50. Picks it up straight away. He's tackled, held to him. It'll be a stoppage. 30 out, directly in front of the Gold Coast goal. 42 points the margin in favour of the Dogs.
Up it goes. Holman coming through. High ball straight up and down. Underneath it, King can't mark. Nutmegs Rao. Goes back after it. Loses it. Waitman gets involved. Had a big day. Equal career high, 6 goals. Bontempelli emerges with the footy. Handball away towards Harvey Gallagher. The young man does well. Gets it off to Bramble, who'll kick up to the wing. Collins shoves his man off it. Takes the mark, gives it off to Anderson. He'll kick inside 50. No one there for the Suns. Loose footy inside 50.
It's to the hot spot, but as Ben mentioned, lack of Suns there. Walter tried hard. English gets over for support for the Dogs. Hand pass around the boundary line, and Baker takes off. Couple of bounces. Now to 3. He's up to the wing. Takes his 4th bounce. Looking for a 5th bounce. No. Goes the kick instead. He could have kept going. Not a lot of Dogs forward of centre, so Norton is able to gather. Gives it to the run of Dale. Fine shot at goal. Ugle Hagen takes it on the goal line. There was no one there. And Ugle Hagen takes the mark. And I will call him a bit selfish for that, because there was no one in the vicinity, but he's taken it anyway. And Ugle Hagen kicks his first of the afternoon. Maybe if he'd had a couple in the bag already, he might have left that. But he kicks his first in the last quarter. Been productive a little bit further up the ground today, Ugle Hagen, but what a run from Oscar Baker.
Yeah, geez, he looked like he came off as like a 4th quarter sub. It looked like he was that fresh. He just bang out of the gates. Obviously, took the game on, and for this late stage of the game, it's impressive for him to have that, I suppose, engine towards the centre of the game. And I think, Ugle Hagen definitely owes someone a coffee this week, maybe 2.
You aren't happy with that if you're Bailey Dale there, Chad?
If I'm getting interviewed, I'm saying, it's fine, it's all about the goal, but inside I'm filthy.
Yeah. We like that. That's the honesty we're after. What about you, Nathan Burke?
He was just saving the goal umpire from getting hit in the head by the football.
It's going to be a big win for the Dogs. In the middle, Moyle slaps it down onto it quickly. Miller, he'll hook a ball towards half forward. Bouncing ball going after it is Jones, and he'll carry it out. In the forward pocket here for the Suns. They lead by 48, the Dogs. Lewis Hamilton out of the Australian Grand Prix with an engine failure. My guy Lewis, no good. What is a nutmegging? Is that Americanism or West Indian, says Colin Horsham? No, that's a
UK.
round ball world game UK term. Onto it, Johannesson. Handball away to Treloar. Now Bramble in the back pocket. He'll kick up to the wing. And a win the Dogs will hope is a eureka moment in Ballarat. One to get their season going. They win by 48 over the Gold Coast Suns.
White and blue, we come out starving. Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
So they dominated the opening term. They kicked 9 goals to 2, led by 41 at quarter time. That was the term that set up the win. The Suns fought back. It was just 28 at the main break, 28 at the final term. But it was 5 goals unanswered in the 4th term to push it back out to 48 points. Their first win of the season after a round 1 loss. It improves them to even money at 1-1. The Gold Coast Suns now 2-1.
Sons of the West, red, white and blue. We
team of the mighty West and the very far West out in Ballarat. Great to have you with us. Live footy on ABC Sports. So 18-7, 115. The Dogs defeat the Suns 10-7, 67. A 48-point win. The goal kickers, Waitman with 6, 3 to Oscar Baker. He was the sub. He was on earlier. Shoulder injury to Nick Caulfield. 2 to Norton, 2 to Sam Darcy, 2 to Bontempelli. His 100th game as Western Bulldogs captain. Singles to Ugle Hagan, Liberatore and Karmas. While for the Gold Coast Suns, 2 to Ben King, 2 to Holman. Singles to Flanders, Ainsworth, Berry, Swallow and Ned Moyle with his first goal in AFL footy. Just quickly, I think I didn't mention what a nutmeg actually is either. It's when it goes through your legs in soccer terms. So hopefully helping out. Cole in Horsham, just a couple of hours up the road from us here in Ballarat. Nathan Burke, Chad Wingard, they have 6 All-Australians between them. What did we see here today in Ballarat?
Yeah, I think we just saw a side that was just a lot cleaner by hand and by foot. I thought they moved the ball, Bulldogs moved the ball a lot better, and with ease at stages. I think obviously we saw some momentum shifts and Gold Coast came back a little bit, but when you look at it from the line, I think they were pretty comfortable. I suppose the closest they got was maybe 24 points after the first quarter. So they just look so composed. You can see the Bontempellis, the Liberatories, the guys that have just been around longer and played together for such a long stint. You can see they've won. A lot of these guys have won a lot of games together, and like I said, Liam Jones down back, he was very impressive. I think the defence was set up really well, and Cody Waitman was unbelievable early. That hot start just put him in the right direction. Obviously after the week they had against Melbourne, a pretty big loss, and I don't think they ever got to play the way that Bulldogs normally play, which is that fast-paced, quick off turnover, really handball through chain. And it was good to see them come out again with the Bulldogs, I suppose, passions of play that we love to see.
What milestone was it for Brandon Ellis?
250. Getting chaired off the ground.
Yep, well done to him.
Are you going to be grumpy about this, Berkey?
Yeah, slightly.
You don't like the Guard of Honour for 250?
No, wait for 300.
Yeah.
What about Bond? Bond had one for 200.
You know what, Berkey? I hate that I'm probably going to agree with you, but I think 300 might be right.
I'm wearing off on you, Benny. I'm wearing off. You'll be grumpy, Benny, by the end of the year.
You're wearing me down, Berkey, but well done to Brandon Ellis. A great achievement on 250 games. A dual premiership player, 176 of them at Richmond and now at the Gold Coast Suns, back with his old coach.
Yeah, fantastic. Look, I think probably a little bit of the Ballarat factor played into this, into the hands of the Western Bulldogs here, and obviously they've played down here a couple of times a year for the last 4 or 5 years at least. I don't know how many times the Gold Coast Suns have been here, but the first quarter was like they just weren't ready to play. It was 9-1 in that first quarter, and pretty much the game was over after that first quarter. At quarter time they regathered, and for the next 2 quarters they were competitive because they actually picked up their work rate, and they said, hey, we're actually playing a game of footy here. We've got to actually get our hands dirty and work really hard. And you know, Miller only had the 3 possessions in that first quarter, just wasn't doing his normal running, and Rowell only had the 4 possessions. When they got their act together, that's when the Suns are competitive. My issue for the Suns is going to be that if Rowell, Anderson and Miller aren't the 3 best players on the ground, well then they're not necessarily going to be as competitive. They need guys to step up and help them out, and I think those 3 guys, along with Flanders, probably carried them for large parts of this game. For the Western Bulldogs, though, you kick 9 goals in the first quarter, you want to win by 48 points. You don't want it to sort of just get eaten away and have a 20, 25-point win. So the fact that they kicked their way in the end to be 48 points, that's good for them. There's a lot of pressure on them throughout the week. They'd only played 1 game, but they lost fairly convincingly, and everyone was saying that, you know, the Western Bulldogs, they've got a talented list and they're not making the most of it, and a lot of heat on Luke Beveridge, which I don't really agree with. Today they came out, and I think they wanted to make a bit of a statement, and they made a statement early with those 9 goals in the first quarter. So the Bulldogs showed everyone that they are a dangerous team. I still worry about the bottom 3 or 4 players on their list. Can they actually contribute? We saw that Poulter today just had the 8 possessions, Karmas, I would probably put in that bottom, but he did really, really well today, 10 possessions, and really getting a hang of the back line, got himself a goal as well. They talk about Vandermeer and these sorts of guys. Unfortunately, Caulfield might be out for a few weeks. Richards, maybe 1 or 2 with a concussion potentially. So I think the Western Bulldogs made a statement today. They'll be relieved. If they had a loss, the pressure would have really come down on them. A 48-point win against a team who's won 2 games of the first 2 games of the year. They're going to be really, really happy with that.
So the Bulldogs winning by 48 points, possibly at some cost. Nick Caulfield subbed out of the game early on with a shoulder injury, right shoulder. He was in a sling at halftime, seemingly talking to some of his family members. So hopefully not too bad, but it did look like possibly a dislocated shoulder for Nick Caulfield, not to speculate too much. And Ed Richards, seemingly concussion in the fourth quarter as well. So maybe lose a couple, but Jack McRae, you would think, would come back in after his 47 disposals in the VFL. Marcus Bontempelli just leading the Dogs down the race in their regional home of Ballarat. We'll bring you the song once they get into the rooms. Quite a day for Cody Waitman. Just quickly, Chad Wingard, 6 goals, 5 in the first half.
Yeah, obviously he was on fire in that first quarter. Couldn't put a foot wrong. But what happened? Obviously he didn't get a lot of touches, but obviously he made it worth his while. And you can just see the electricity in his feet. Whenever he was around the ball, he just looked so dangerous. And like I said, as a defender, you're probably always on your toes looking for someone that's going to be. So he just made most of his efforts. And like I said, when he had 4 at quarter time, we were joking. We thought he was going to have 12, 16. Yeah, but to come away with 6 goals in a game like this, a big statement, I think. He's an absolute star of the game. But yeah, looked very explosive, and Bulldogs are back.
Proper country footy out here. The Rugrats are running onto the ground, have a kick on the ground after the footy. How good's that? I remember growing up in WA, going to the WAFL and always getting out there at quarter time, half time, post game, having a kick on goal. How good is that? Kick at goal, I should say, Berkey,
kick
just
for
quickly.
Goal. Yep.
Kick for goal. The Bulldogs maybe just beginning to huddle up down in the rooms. Let's see if we can send you down into the rooms to take some of the Western Bulldogs songs. Sons of the West. I'm not quite ready, unfortunately. I've gone a little early there, the Dogs. So just watching a picturesque Eureka Oval with everyone out there filling every inch of spare space out in the middle of Ballarat. We'll send you down into the rooms in a moment. Did the Bulldogs solve an issue, Nathan Burke, Chad Wingard, in terms of their intercept work in their back half? We haven't seen it from them. They've been the 3rd worst team, only better than the Eagles and North Melbourne in terms of that in the last couple of years. But today, Buku Karmas, Liam Jones, even Ed Richards getting involved, it seemed to work.
It did. It was around about 27-10, so they absolutely flogged them in terms of intercept marks. I like the way Karmas and Jones positioned themselves. The majority of the time, Karmas took up the front position and stopped the player leading forward, and that meant that they then had to kick over his head to try and find the Gold Coast player, which allowed Liam Jones to come over the top and read the ball and take the mark. So if it fell short, Karmas would get it. If it went over the top, Jones would get it. And I think a lot of their positioning had a lot to do with not just simply the other team kicking the ball to them. So hopefully, for the Western Bulldogs' sake, those two can really be like a Lever and a May, that you really, they're our 2 guys. Let's build our defence around those 2 guys. And it's a bit of a, they criticise Luke Beveridge at times for playing plays out of position, and everyone keeps saying, Norton should go back, Norton should go back. You've got a guy like Norton who can kick goals, well then you let him kick goals, and you find something else that's going to go back. So, it could be a bit of a masterstroke there from Luke Beveridge, and hopefully they give him credit for putting Karmas back and doing such a really good job.
Finished up with a couple of goals, Aaron Norton. Didn't have his best day. It was spoken about during the week, the fact that he was targeted just twice inside 50 last week. Are you concerned, Nathan Burke, about where he's at, Aaron Norton?
He's still only young. Was he 22?
No, he's older than that. 24 now.
24 now.
Yep.
24 now. Look, we know some big key forwards take a little bit of time to mature. He's playing with Rory Lobb. Obviously, Sam Darcy was in there today. They've probably played together half a dozen times at best. Hugo Hagen himself, he's still learning how to play, where to go. So a very youthful forward line. You look at Cameron and Hawkins. they don't get in each other's way. They know exactly what each other is going to do. So potentially he's sitting there back there waiting for Hugo Hagen to lead, but then he's not leading because he's not quite sure what the other one's going to do. Give them time. They'll gel together as an outstanding forward unit.
All right, I'm pleased to say we can head inside the Western Bulldogs change rooms and hear them sing the song, The Sons of the West. Yeah, well done to the Western Bulldogs. A 48-point win, just repeating, coming up very shortly at 4 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time. We'll send you to Richmond and Port Adelaide. And after that, the GWS Giants against the West Coast Eagles in Perth to round out round 2. Chad, one thing you were very onto throughout the match was the Bulldogs' ability to use their hands to flick the ball out into open space and get clean looks going inside 50. Gold Coast, rather. They didn't do that as much. What did you see in the midfield battle today, Chad Wingard?
Yeah, I saw a lot of it's like an arm wrestle. Like, obviously you got what do you I suppose value the most? Do you value the clearance number itself, the actual number of clearances you get, or the quality? And I think obviously it was an arm wrestle with the clearances.
Which I wonder whether that's a Damien Hardwick thing, because sort of you think of how Richmond played, it was very much just surge it on, get it moving forward territory. Yep. So he might be one who values just the raw number.
Yeah, and it is the coaching. It might not be. It's not actually the personnel sometimes. It's just the way that you coached or the game plan going in, depending on the opponent. But yeah, Western Bulldogs are known for it. Obviously, they're very skillful. They want to get out to their kickers, Bontempelli, Adam Treloar, and you can see him holding balance. Liberatore puts his head in a hole week in, week out, and gets it done, and that's where his strengths are. So he allows their players to go to their strengths, and I don't know if they did just went for pure clearances, first possession off a tap and then kicking it, would they be as efficient going forward? I don't think so. I don't think Norton, Hugo Hayden, I don't think Cody Waitman's kicking 6 if they're getting that kind of ball use. So it worked today. It didn't work last week against Melbourne. But obviously they're going to stick to their DNA, and that's what's obviously put them in great stead going forward.
They did look much better this week than they did last week. So they looked like, I think, what we hoped they would be this season after some changes and maybe a little closer to that. Just looking forward for the rest of the day as well. I don't want to miss out on this. Travis Boak playing game 350 later today, a former teammate of yours. I know you spoke about it a little earlier, Chad, but who is Travis Boak, for those of us who don't know him all that well?
Yeah, so you got the superstars of the competition. There's ones that are the super selfless and super humble. Travis Boak's one of them. He's the most humble guy I can imagine. You think about the Sean Burgoynes of the world, he's in that calibre. Obviously, absolute superstar of the competition. But you speak to him as an individual, he's so humble. He wants to know how he can give back, how he can make other players better on and off the field. And he's one of those guys that reached out whenever things are going wrong. He'll be the guy that helps out no matter what it is. So he looked after Pal Pepper. Pal Pepper lived with him for the first few years. When it talks about getting traded, he was the first one to kind of just open up and tell me about his experience
with Geelong and whatever.
Yes, exactly right. So he's open and honest, and he's probably like I said, one of those leaders that you want to play for. There's guys who are just sometimes they're just the best player, that's why they're captain. Or some guys are just really good leaders, like they're spiritual leader. So he's probably both. He's one of the guys that he was the best player, but then he was still captain when he wasn't the best player. And he was just one of those guys that you want to play for and actually, I suppose, win a game for. And he absolutely lifts the team in those moments. So he's an absolute congratulations to him. It's an unbelievable achievement. Hopefully many more, and hopefully he can finish this season, his career, whenever that is, with the ultimate, which is a flag, which I wish him all the best with.
I think you got drafted, just after Port had gone through the really hard time when there were, the tarps on the seats, and there were talks about whether the club would exist moving forward. How important was Travis to keeping the club together and holding it together at that point in time?
Yeah, I still think the biggest move was keeping Travis Boak for Port Adelaide. I think that, and also hiring Kenny Hinkley. As soon as Kenny Hinkley was hired after Matty Primus and Buddha Hocking took over, the whole club changed. We kind of just, a lot of players left, a lot of up staff left. But keeping Travis Boak and allowing him to be, I suppose, our spiritual leader on and off the field. And it turned the whole club around. I mean, moving to Adelaide Oval, don't get me wrong, I think that was the best move for both Adelaide Crows and Port Adelaide, bringing such an excitement back to the cities. I mean, West Lakes, if you picture that, it's almost like going to Glen Waverley outside of the city. That's how far away it is if you're from Melbourne. So coming from being in the city and creating such an atmosphere, but don't get me wrong, Travis Boak is an absolute superstar of this competition. I mean, if he was a player inside of, we always say about Robbie Gray. If Robbie Gray played in Victoria, he'd be as big as Pendlebury. Like, he's an absolute. These guys are playing in interstate teams. Might not get, I suppose, the eyes on him as much, but they're superstars in their own right.
He's a road gold champion. Travis Boak, a heck of an effort to get to 350 as well. Just very quickly as well, Berkey, we've got to get the votes before we get out of here. I'm giving you the hospital hand pass. Who have you got for us?
Okay, I've gone one vote for Treloar, 27 possessions, and he had 8 tackles. I thought he was really tough today. Started off really, really well. Give Waitman 2 for 6 goals. Set him on fire right at the start of the day. But for a 4-quarter effort, you can't go past Bontempelli. 31 possessions, 11 clearances, 2 goals. He was just for a 4-quarter effort. Fantastic.
He's a star. He's my favourite player in the competition, Marcus Bontempelli, no doubt about that.
Filthy.
Sorry, Chad. Second favourite. I apologise, of course. It's hard to keep up. Chad Wingard, appreciate you making the effort to drive to Ballarat to join us today.
Pleasure.
Great to see you again. Berkey, love your work. Always great to see you. Great insight on the MRP as well. Right across it.
I could be completely wrong, you know.
I don't think you will be,
Never.
Berkey.
We'll see.
Andrew Mays, always fantastic to see Maisie. Stu Hollywood Baker up here early, setting up. If you want to see his best work, you can check out the film Crackerjack. But outside of that, we are headed to Richmond and Port Adelaide. That's all coming up here on Live Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and the crew from the MCG celebrating Travis Boak Game 350. But here in Ballarat, the Bulldogs winning by 48 points, 18-7, 115, plays 10-7, 67. We're saying goodbye from Ballarat.